Yes.
Because on this day,
In 1959, Mel Gaynor, the drummer for the Scottish rock band Simple Minds, was born.
Mel, would you like to be in the band? Can you play the drums?
oh,
You
okay,
think that's how that went?
Yeah. Yeah. Hoot, man. Yes.
what is it? Just hitting things? Yeah.
That's right, Mel. Just you got to join us and hit things. We'll take care of the rest.
Now, when we were deciding which Simple Minds song to play, Katie was reading off the list of what we had in the system, and she got to Sanctify Yourself, and Bill said, I don't remember that.
I could
Let's play that one.
I could hear Alive and Kicking in my head, but I couldn't hear Sanctify Yourself. So Gina tried to help out.
I sang it for you, exactly how it sounds.
The Gina Tunomatic 5000.
Sanctify, sanctify, sanctify yourself.
Yeah,
sanctify, sanctify,
yeah, that's
sanctify
exactly-
yourself. It's just like that.
Yeah, it's exactly how it sounds. Yep. So, well, man, we have a lot of stuff on the show today, I noticed. There's lots of stuff. I don't think I
Like
can
what?
make it.
Like
Well,
what
there's-
kind of stuff?
There's our old friend Michelle Carigliano. Michelle C. is going to be on the show talking about restaurants. And we've got Best Question of the Week. We've got Salt Lake County Mayor Jenny Wilson. We're going to be talking to an actress, a Broadway actress, about acting stuff.
Well, about not acting stuff right now. About the acting that's not happening right now.
Then why should we talk to her about not acting? We should be talking to her about acting.
She's an Ogden girl. Bill, you'll like her.
So you're not doing any acting then, huh? No, I'm not. Well, that's interesting. When do
She's in Jagged Little Pill on Broadway, and she's
No,
an
she's
Ogden
not.
actress. Well,
She's not in Jagged
supposed
Little
to be.
So you're not in Jagged Little Pill now, are you? No, I'm not. That'll be interesting. Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine. And we've got, the boners coming up and all of that. I mean, there's just lots going on, and I'm excited.
Jenny
You don't
Wilson.
sound excited.
Yeah, I mentioned that. Salt Lake County Mayor Jenny Wilson will be here. I had a big day yesterday. So I was social distancing myself, sat on the front porch in one of my easy chairs, and I had a big jug of Gatorade mixed with Everclear, and I just sat out there for about 4 hours in the hot sun, and social distance all by myself. People walk by on the they can't see me very well because there are bushes in front of the porch, so I just yell through the bushes.
Okay.
You know, hey, put on a mask!
You were the scary yelling bush guy.
Mm-hmm. And just, hey, nice day, huh?
That was your day?
That's what I did. Yeah, well, the Gatorade mixed with Everclear made it go really fast because the Gatorade, it's designed to get right to your system, So you put the Everclear in it.
Oh, I see.
Which is 100 proof.
I thought you were supposed to keep the Everclear to disinfect things. Like that was emergency disinfectant. That's
if
why
you put it on the inside, will it work? Can it? That's what I was doing. I was putting it on the inside.
Put it on the inside somehow with some bright lights.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's what I do. I am disinfecting my insides when I drink the Everclear. There was a run on Everclear. I don't know. Can you find it anymore?
If you have that app, that DABC app,
that used to be really accurate. But the last few times I've used it, it has been inaccurate.
It's accurate at the time you look at it, but by the time you get to the liquor store, maybe it changes. Or are you looking at it at the liquor store?
No, I think, Gina, if I look at it and it says there are 15 bottles of Old Forester, and I go, oh, great, and I head to the liquor store right then, it would seem to me that there would be at least one left. But no, there are not. So I don't know. I don't know who does that app. Is it the
DABC.
Is it them? Well, they must be in a state of disarray. It's not been very accurate the last. I think it's people. I've talked about Old Forester too much. Maybe that's what it is.
Do you ask when you're there? Do you say, "Hey, your app says you have 15 bottles of this, because maybe it's in the back"?
In easier times, I would have, but now I don't. No, I don't ask. I just say, "All right, I'll get the Knob Creek or the Wild Turkey or whatever happens to be there." I prefer the Old Forester, but I'll take whatever 100 proof dark liquid they have. If it's 100 proof and it's dark in color, it's going in my body because I think it disinfects if you could get it inside the body.
Inside with bright lights.
By the way, he's off the rails now.
Yep.
Off the rails. Actually, things are bad and scary. My daughter came downstairs last night. She's like, "Are you paying attention to what's happening in Minneapolis?"
I don't even want to talk about it. I don't want to. It's and it's not just Minneapolis. It's now starting to fire up
everywhere.
In other parts of the country. And I remember many years ago the days of rage when in major cities in this country there were lots of uprisings and rioting, and the frustration becomes too much and it boils over, and yeah. Well, I was having fun talking about drinking, Gina, and you just ruined that. So way to go. Why don't we get the show officially started? I guess we could start with check-ins, right? 877-602-9696. That's the number to check in with us. Are you guys okay? I mean, I was feeling, and by you guys, I mean you guys listening to the show out there. I was feeling pretty good, even though I was listening to all of that horrible stuff this morning coming from Minneapolis. Are you guys all hanging in there? We want to hear from you. Let us know. 877-602-9696. It is rough. It is scary. And it seems kind of hopeless sometimes. But what do you think? Let us know. 877-602-9696. We want to hear from you.
All right, Gina. Volkswagen Southtown.
Man, this is a good-looking car, that 2020 Volkswagen GTI, deep black pearl exterior, Titan black leather, red stitched interior, and all the tech and performance inside that you could want from a Volkswagen. It's got it all. You should check it out. And you should check out this great offer. They've got to buy a new car now at Volkswagen Southtown. You don't have to worry about your car payment or any driving expenses like car insurance, maintenance, even gas for the rest of the year. Can they do that? I guess they can. That's what the paper says. Plus, get as low as 0% APR for 6 years. That's incredible. Interest rates and prices are low right now, but they will go up, so you should take advantage of these incredible deals now and pay later at Volkswagen Southtown. They're the #1 Volkswagen dealer in Utah. Buy now, pay later at Volkswagen Southtown. 0% for 6 years, 0 payments till 2021, 0 driving expenses for the rest of the year. Get more information at vwsouthtown.com.
Hello, I'm Terry Jackson. And I'm Bill Allred. And we want to tell you about a brand new Radio from Hell product.
If you're a lonely guy,
Like us.
a lonely, hungry guy, then you'll want to rush out to your local supermarket. You know, the one where you never meet chicks, and buy Radio from Hell Lonely Man TV dinners.
Lonely Man TV dinners come with a special pop-up picture on the lid. Just put your Lonely Man spaghetti dinner in the microwave oven. Then, after 7 minutes, take it out, peel back the lid, and there's a full-color photo of TV's The Nanny, Fran Drescher.
This spaghetti is delicious, Fran.
I know! Don't you just love it?
You'll never have to eat alone again with Radio from Hell, Lonely Man TV dinners.
Try the soul food dinner, and you'll be dining with Tina Turner.
The ribs are mighty fine, Tina.
Have some more black-eyed peas, honey child.
Wow, it's just like she's really here.
Try all of the Radio from Hell Lonely Man TV dinners. There's Kung Pao Chicken with Connie Chung, the Mexican dinner with Rosie Perez, Wieners and Kraut with Claudia Schiffer, and the all-American Yankee pot roast dinner with Sandra Bullock.
And if you're watching your weight, try the Lonely Man Karen Carpenter dinner.
Gee, Karen, this carrot stick looks really good, but maybe you should have it.
No thanks. I ate yesterday.
You'll never eat alone again with Radio from Hell Lonely Man TV dinners in the frozen food section of your local supermarket.
Now available at Reams.
Brother Philip likes Propel water.
It's Jesus' preferred water.
On the right hand of God. America, on the right hand of God.
Excuse us. Are you Brother Philip?
Yeah.
Hi, can we talk to you for a second? Sure. Yeah, we do a radio show in Salt Lake City. And we're just talking to your disciples over there. Is that what we should call them? Your disciples?
No.
Your brothers?
That's Jesus' disciples, really.
Oh, your associates. And we were going to chat with them for a second, and they said, well, you should go talk to Brother Philip. He's
the man.
Doing the preacher. The preacher. Now, so you do this every day here in Maui?
Yeah, I try to fulfill this.
And you have signs over there that say, sign of the times. What does that mean, Brother Philip?
It's right. I have to share it.
Pardon me?
St. Matthew.
All right, now Brother
16.
Philip's going to get out
Pulling out the Bible. It's a well-worn Bible. Looks like he's had it for a while.
How long have you had that Bible, Brother Philip?
I'm not sure, really.
And it's Matthew we're looking at.
Yeah.
Are you from Maui?
Yes.
Yep.
I'm from heaven, too.
From heaven. Well,
Thank you.
I guess we're all from heaven.
Praise the Lord. The Holy Bible, heaven.
Uh-huh.
And in the morning, it shall be foul weather today. For the sky is red and lowering. O ye hypocrites, ye can discern the face of the sky, but can ye not discern the signs of the times?
High of 73.
I cannot discern the signs of the times.
Although it was a great album by Prince, I know
That's
that.
the reason why we look in the Bible, because of things that God has spoken is coming to pass today.
Now, Brother Philip, we have a woman here. She is the reason we came to Maui is to do it. We do a radio show together, and but she's actually come here to get married.
Right on.
She'll be married on Monday. Monday. And do you have any advice?
God wills.
Pardon?
If God wills.
If God wills.
That means I might not get married if God doesn't will
I've
it.
maintained that all along, but if God wills, you will get married on Monday. But do you have any advice for somebody getting married?
Well,
Back to the book.
like back in the book again.
Yep.
19, eh? Was it
All
19?
the answers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Look at that. He knows right where to go in this book.
Yeah.
It's like he's read it before.
Not so. Right. And said, for this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and the twain shall be one flesh.
Okay.
You're still looking for somebody to perform the ceremony, aren't you? do you do weddings, Brother Philip?
No, I have a friend.
Okay, it's 6:19 right now. Let's get it over with.
Time to officially begin the show. Apparently no one wants to check in with us at 877-602-9696. I mean,
Well, I know why.
why is that?
We're not tackling the issues that listeners want to talk about.
What are those?
What are they?
Because I'm looking right now. Remember our old friend Paul Castronova
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, from down in Florida.
from from Florida? Well, on his show this morning, they're tackling the big issues that everybody wants to talk about. They've got a poll out, and I'm watching it. I'm watching it fluctuate back and forth. Heather may have had the hottest take of the week, it says here, with her claims that she doesn't like pineapple.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Just on
Big
on a TV
105
show?
Big
Or it's-
1059.
Oh,
on
she's
their
a
show.
member of the cast?
Yeah.
How
she's
can you
on the
not
show.
like pineapple? What's there not to like about pineapple?
Are we taking crazy pills? Do you like pineapple? And I'm watching it fluctuate back and forth right now in the voting. Maybe this is what we should be doing instead of talking about stuff.
Well, how do you feel? All right, 877-602-9696. In light of the pandemic and the rioting in Minneapolis, how do you feel about pineapple?
I am team pineapple.
I am too.
100% team pineapple.
I know why some people don't like it.
Why?
Now, I like it, but it's too astringent for them.
They can't handle it? They can't handle it.
I think it's mostly people who go around with sores inside of their mouths all the time.
Imagine being in my situation. I love pineapple. I'm also allergic to it now.
Oh.
Oh, Katie, let's make a list of all the things
I
you're
have
allergic
a list
to.
and I found it.
Oh, good.
Good.
I'd love to.
Could you post that somewhere?
I don't think there's. I don't
It's
think we
4
have enough
pages.
bandwidth.
Yeah,
I'd love to see it sometime,
it's
Katie.
4 pages. I don't think you want to see it.
All right, 877-602-9696 if you'd like to weigh in on pineapple or anything else. But first, let's officially begin the program, and then we'll see if you do want to check in or not. Gina?
Okay.
Brought to you by Diversion Eatery, offering brunch weekends from 11 to 3. Try the steak and egg poutine with a Bloody Mary or mimosa. It's the best. Open daily for dine-in or take-out, 535 North 3rd West. Check out the menu at diversioneatery.com.
We have a waxing moon. That is, it is moving toward full. It is 43.0% of full right now. The moon will rise today at 12:36 p.m., today being Friday. It's the 29th day of May in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ 2020, and it's National Learn About Composting Day. So get your pitchforks or your spades ready and turn over the steaming pile of rotted vegetable matter presided over by the Lords of Morning Radio. We call it the Radio from Hell Show. It's starring Carrie, Sustainable Farming Practices Jackson, Bill, All This Used to Be Farmland Allred, and Gina, I don't want to know where my food comes from or how it's produced, Barberry. We have Carrot Farmer Katie for short, producing the show, and the two P's in the producer's booth pod. They are Cynthia and Miriam. Our little peas in the producer's
Sweet
booth
peas.
pod.
Couple of sweet peas.
Now, do we have check-ins?
We do.
877-602-9696?
But I just want to let you know, so far in the poll, it's, yes, it's delicious, 54.5%. Nope, I don't care for it, 45.5%. So it's kind of even.
I wonder if pineapple is as polarizing as coconut. Coconut's polarizing. But let's go to the phone, shall we?
All right, we'll start with Michael.
Hey, Michael.
Yeah, how you doing?
Michael, we're doing okay.
How do you feel about pineapple, Michael?
Well, wait, I want to ask Michael first. Are you using a funny voice, or is that how you
Yeah,
really talk?
I was going to ask you.
That's how we talk in South Murray.
South Murray.
Right.
I'm from South Murray, okay? So shut up.
Don't
That
mess with
clearly
me.
distinctive South Murray
Don't
accent.
mess with me. South
right.
Murray.
All right. Okay, Michael. What is your comment or
Yes, sir.
question? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, nobody's talking about Spencer Cox's comments on this is worse than slavery, and it really it's got to come to the forefront.
Well,
We talked about
Michael,
it months ago
I
when
did
it
an
happened.
I did an entire podcast with Spencer Cox
Yeah.
on the Let's Go Eat show about that issue. It was Spencer Cox making a comment about abortion and likening it to slavery, which he instantly regretted, and rightfully so. And he came and sat down with me at a restaurant, and we talked about it. And the first words out of his mouth, the first question I asked him is, "Spencer Cox, what in the hell were you thinking?"
So you should go back and listen to that podcast, and you can tell it was months ago because Bill sat down at a restaurant and talked to somebody on a podcast. That's how long ago you know that happened.
So we have talked about it, and I suspect it may come out again. I guess, Michael, you're to put words in your mouth or thoughts in you're wondering why it hasn't become a campaign issue.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Well, it may still.
It might.
He hasn't gotten the nomination yet, so I'm sure once it happens, maybe it will.
If Gail Rizika comes into the room, is he going to straighten up and say it again? I mean, does he just say it to certain people or what?
I don't know.
No, I don't believe he'd ever say it again. He's a very conservative guy, and many of his policies I just don't go with. And however, he's not inhuman. He's a nice guy. So,
okay,
all right. Hey, thanks for calling from South Murray.
So Mew.
I wish you well. You guys have a good day, okay?
You
too. You too.
So Mew out.
Mike from South Murray. That's how you identify yourself when you call, Mike.
Yeah, and thanks for calling. Call again. I like your voice.
Let's
we didn't get his take on pineapple with the whole phone call. We didn't.
Okay.
Okay, the poll right now is 64.7% yes, it's delicious. 35.3% nope, don't care for it.
Oh,
so that's what a real morning show is focusing on right now.
Pineapple is pulling away.
Yes, let's go to Maggie.
Hey, Maggie.
Hey, good morning, you guys. Thanks for letting me listen.
Maggie, are you first of all, what your take on pineapple? You like it or not?
I love pineapple.
Okay. Good. Now, Maggie, are you the Maggie who sent me an email check-in a while ago?
I am. Thank you for reading it yesterday. Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, what's up?
Nothing. Just calling in and wanted to say thank you. And pineapple's delicious. My son loves pineapple, and he graduated the other day. And I'm
good.
Nice.
Maggie is a woman who's. I read her email yesterday. Her son worked at Harmon's.
Oh, right.
And faced the brunt of someone's anger. Someone who was buying sour cream, as I recall, and your son accidentally rang it up twice.
How dare he?
And that was enough to bring the wrath of God down upon him, apparently.
Yeah. My son's in a band, and his band is called Rad Habits, and they wrote a song last night called Bad Radish. Because it all started with the radishes.
That's right.
Yeah,
It all
radishes are
started
too
with the radishes.
expensive. Yeah.
That's my sign-off today, by the way. It all started with the radishes.
Love it.
All right, Maggie, thanks for checking in.
Love you guys. Have a good day.
Bye, Maggie. We'll see you. Let's see. Currently, the poll, pineapple pulling away, 61.1%. Yeah, it's delicious. 38.9%. Nope, don't care for it. Now there's still 23 hours left on the voting poll, so I'll be following this all morning if we have to.
I'm just surprised that there are 30% or more people in Florida who apparently have sores in their mouths at all times, and the pineapple aggravates it.
All right, let's do traffic here then.
Okay, let's do. Traffic's at the intersection of 9th South and State. The lights there are not working. Treat that as a four-way stop and use caution. UDOT's going to begin work resurfacing US 6 in Spanish Fork Canyon. Work will take place from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. Sunday through Friday. Expect delays and one-way traffic. Moderate travel delays, 10 to 15 minutes, they say. Just be aware of that. Looks like that's the only thing. And unfortunately, I think our text line isn't working.
It's back.
Is it back up? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. Big Boy News, Opinioendo, all full strength right after these. X96. So you saw this video a week or so ago about the guy strapped a GoPro to his dog to see what the dog did while he was at work.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see it.
It was disturbing because the dog didn't have a moment's rest. It was nervous and frightened.
In the house?
In the house, and
He's never coming back. He's never coming
it would hear noises outside and be on alert, you know? And it terrified me. Because I thought to myself about my dog, Ripley. I was just convinced because she can be a little high strung. And I was just convinced that.
I don't think she's big enough to strap a GoPro to. It'd be too heavy.
We did not do that. We did, however, a friend of ours gave us this drop cam.
What is it? What is that?
It's a live camera that we set up.
Like a nanny cam?
Like a nanny cam in the living room.
Are you looking at her right now?
This is broadcasting live from my living room right now.
Now, does she just stay in your living room during the day, or can she roam around the house?
That's what we wanted to know.
Oh.
Her favorite spot seems to be, we've set up a little kind of a table next to the window, and she likes to sit there and look out the window. So we watched her for a day. She didn't leave that spot.
Well, she's fine then. Don't you feel better?
She's sleeping.
Yeah.
All the time.
Well, that's good.
She's a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
She talking back to you?
I thought she'd at least be on guard or a little on alert.
Nah.
No. She barely moves.
A bomb can go off in the front yard.
And that's the other thing is that it has a motion sensor. So it'll alert me. Motion is detected, you know.
That never happens.
No.
She doesn't move.
She was a day. She was lying there.
Then she's perfectly comfortable. This should make you feel good.
Yes and no. She's kind of lazy. A little disappointed.
She's never going to amount to anything.
I think you ought to make her get a job.
Maybe. Require her to get
a little lazy dog.
Lazy dog. Maybe get her, a list of duties, chores.
Yeah.
You leave her list on the counter.
This has got to be done by the time I'm
get
home.
She can put a little paw print next to the one she's completed.
But yeah, that video of the dog that was freaking out, it was disturbing to watch. It made me very upset. I was
Somebody in the chat room says that most dogs are like that. That guy's dog is just a neurotic mess.
Really?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure my cat, who is a jerk when we're at home.
Jerk cat.
Mr. Fluffy Pants. I was sitting there yesterday. I was talking to my wife, and he came up and bit me on the arm for no reason. I'm just sitting there, like, ow, what are you doing? And it wasn't hard, but just kind of went and bit me on the arm. I'm certain that cat just sleeps all day. And then when we get home, it goes crazy.
Well, it's because you're in its house
Yeah.
when you get there.
Yeah. He just sleeps all day.
Do you think he's like a reincarnated dead person from somebody that hated you? And they're back to haunt you?
No.
No. You don't think so?
No, I
He's
don't.
biting you for no reason.
No,
Maybe it's
I
a
don't.
reason from a past life.
No, I don't.
No?
No.
I don't think that.
I think
he's a curse from God. God sent the cat to torment.
Officially.
No, he's just a rambunctious teenager who, when he bites me, I give him a little cuff up the side of the head, and he stops. I go, don't do that.
All right. It is 6:33 right now. Big Boy News and Opinioendo Full Strength brought to you by.
For decades, the downtown farmers market has been a place to connect with our community, meet the people that grow our food, and celebrate Utah's significant agricultural heritage. Right now, the future of the downtown farmers market is at risk. Learn more and donate by visiting slcfarmersmarket.org.
Well, the Duck Dynasty people, the Robertson family, what? I'm sorry?
She's having problems.
Oh, I didn't know what was going on there. All of a sudden I see Gina making motions like saying, stop talking.
You can see Gina pantomiming at x96.com/live.
And her pantomimes was, when you make that motion across your throat, that means cut. So I thought, oh, I'm supposed to stop talking. But I guess I can continue. We're on.
Yeah, we're on. She's
Okay.
not.
All right.
She's going to try to reconnect.
Phil Robertson and his family, his children, Al, Jace, Jep, and
Jep?
Willie.
There's a Jep.
Yeah, and a Jace. And a Willie. Come on, really? They're wealthy beyond belief because of it's called Duck Dynasty because they invented a certain kind of duck call, which became. I'm not kidding.
Like the good one.
Yeah.
It's the industry standard for duck calls.
Yeah, and it's a little device you buy, and it makes you sound like a duck, and then the ducks come and you kill them. And that's how they made their money. That's why they call them the Duck Dynasty. And they're also really Christy. They're very deeply religious, and everything that they do, they talk about that. Well, they have a podcast called Unashamed, and during the podcast, Al explained that he received a letter from a woman named Phyllis, who was 45 years old and claimed to be his sister. So basically, it was from a woman who said that by a DNA search, she thinks that our dad, might be her dad, Al said, adding that he had dismissed the letter at first because the woman's birthday was after the time Phil had become a Christian in the 70s. But as it turns out, yes, and now Phil has admitted, yes, I had an affair. I cheated on my wife after the time I became extra religious. I had an affair with my wife, and apparently I conceived a child which I was unaware of.
Thank you, Jesus.
Until this time.
Praise Jesus.
Yeah. He said, so.
Thank you, Jesus. I'm back.
Oh, there we go. It was the baby's full beard that was the identifier.
Yeah, and it was a woman, which is really shocking. And then one other quick celebrity story before we move on to the serious parts of the news. The John Wick movie. Did you see this today? I thought this was great. The movies are called John Wick for one reason. Keanu Reeves apparently, he either didn't like it or he couldn't remember the name. The name of the first movie was supposed to be Scorned.
Forgettable. Completely forgettable title.
And I guess the story is he just couldn't remember the title. So he'd always say, this John Wick movie I'm doing. I'm doing this John Wick movie. Because John Wick is a character from books, right?
There's some books, I guess, yeah.
So he says, I'm doing this John Wick movie. And the writer of the movie, Derek Kolstad, said at first it bugged me. I called the first script Scorned. That's what it was supposed to be called. But the more Keanu kept saying John Wick, the more I kept thinking, he's right. It should be John Wick. And when it comes to almost anything, ask Keanu Reeves' opinion, and he's always right. Ogden police have the sad duty of talking about one of their own who was shot yesterday. Police responding to a home where a woman feared for her life were met by bullets fired through the front door. Those bullets fatally struck an officer. Another officer was injured, leaving Utah's law enforcement community heartbroken. The woman had dialed 911 shortly before noon on Thursday, telling dispatchers her husband was threatening to kill her. When officers arrived at the house near Bonneville Park, I know right where that is, kind of in my old neighborhood where I grew up. The man was on the porch, but he wouldn't cooperate. He shut himself inside the home and began shooting through the door. Mm-hmm. The officer who died had only been on the job for 15 months. Ogden Police Chief Randy Watt declined to release the officer's name for now. I'm going to give the family some time to grieve and come to grips with their loss, Watt said at a brief news conference where he at times struggled to maintain his composure. The officer was dragged away by fellow officers as they returned fire. He was taken to McCady Hospital where a doctor pronounced him dead. The second officer with adult probation and parole will be recovering. He is recovering from injuries sustained. Numerous officers from a lot of public safety agencies rushed to the area. The SWAT team, the Ogden SWAT team, helped get some kids out of the house. And then when they finally got into the house, they found the shooter dead. It doesn't say here in the story whether he took his own life or whether he died as a result of police action, and they have not named the shooter at this point. And protests continue to rage in Minneapolis.
And it's spreading across the country.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a second. Let's just talk about what's happening right now in Minneapolis. The rioting during the night, protesters overran a police building and set it on fire. Protesters broke windows and charged over the fences. They're all protesting the death of George Floyd, who died in police custody. A demonstration near the Minneapolis Police Department's 3rd Precinct grew more intense after prosecutors said they hadn't decided whether to press charges on an officer who had put his knee on Mr. Floyd's neck for about 8 minutes, while people stood around and said, "Stop doing that, you're killing him, you're killing him." And in fact, they did kill him. There's been some video released, by the way, of Mr. Floyd's arrest prior to him being put down on the ground and the cop putting his knee on his neck. And he was perfectly compliant during the arrest. There had apparently been a report from a shopkeeper that somebody was passing counterfeit bills.
So
now,
not a violent
they didn't say it was this guy.
Or...
Nobody said it was this guy. But the police came to investigate and arrested George Floyd. He was not violent with them. He complied with what they told him to do, and he ended up dead. And there are lots of stories now about racial tension in Minneapolis, and it has been a fact of life there for a long, long time. We have a picture of Minneapolis as being a wonderful liberal city where people are always happy. Well, there's a part of that city that has not experienced that wonderful lifestyle at all, and it's the African American community in Minneapolis. And as Gina said, it seems to be spreading now to other parts of the country. 7 people were shot at Louisville. In Louisville, they were protesting the death of a young woman of color there. Of those reported injured in the demonstration, 2 were taken to surgery, 5 were in good condition, said Louisville Mayor Greg Fisher. Mr. Fisher said no officers discharged their weapons and that the violence came from within the crowd. Protesters had gathered to call for police accountability in the fatal shooting of Breonna Taylor, chanting "No justice, no peace, prosecute police." And it's so sad, you see this picture now of this young 26-year-old woman of color, Breonna Taylor. She was an EMT, an emergency medical technician. Her picture, she's just got this big sweet smile on her face. I think it was from her graduation or something. And she was shot by police, and the community is protesting, and they're outraged about it. CNN covering the Minneapolis riots this morning, and I happen to have CNN audio on in the background while I was preparing the news this morning, and heard this go down live, where the Minneapolis police arrested a film crew, a reporting crew in Minneapolis. The CNN reporter, what's his name again, Carrie? Do you have that handy?
Oh, no. Yeah. Go ahead, Gina.
He identifies as a Hispanic or Latino and African American. The reporter I heard him, he's talking to the police. He was very respectful. He was saying, "What do you want us to do? We're here reporting for CNN. We're live." And it's not just him. It's a whole crew of people. It's a cameraman and a producer. And he said, we'll do whatever you want us to do. He's saying to the police, "Where would you like us to move?" Okay, we're stepping back there. And then you hear the police say, "Well, you're under arrest."
And now they're saying, so the president of CNN called the governor and said, "This is ridiculous. Let my people go."
Mm-hmm.
And so the official statement they released was, "Well, as soon as we found out they were reporters, we let them go." They were
kept saying
recording
that.
live on TV.
Well,
the cameras
he
were
kept
rolling.
saying, he kept saying, "We're live now. We're CNN. I'm a CNN reporter. What would you like me to do? We're okay. We were told it was okay for us to be here at this point, but if you don't want us to be here, where would you like us to go?"
Yeah. Oh, as soon as we found out, we let them go. They were
Sure.
recording the whole thing as
Was
it was happening.
Oh, was it the cameras that gave it away? Was it the?
And it was bizarre. Apparently, I wish I should have gone and turned on the TV, because as they're talking about it, the camera stayed live even
Yeah.
when they arrested the reporter. Then they arrested the cameraman, and then apparently it was a cop carrying the camera around, and it
And
was
you could
live.
see it, yeah.
Human rights advocates here in Utah are reacting after the violence breaking out in Minneapolis and elsewhere. On Saturday, Utahns are being asked to stand in solidarity with George Floyd's family during peaceful protests. There are two different events happening. Saturday at 11:30, Utah Against Police Brutality is having a car caravan for justice event. People are being asked to join together at a parking lot on 5th South and Denver Street. Protesters will drive the block around the Salt Lake City Police Department to social distancing. Due to social distancing, they want everybody to stay in a vehicle. And also on Saturday, there's a Take a Knee on Washington Boulevard event in Ogden. Folks are asked to gather there from 2 to 4 p.m. at the Ogden Weber Municipal Building to protest.
Yeah, see, Colin Kaepernick's been trying to tell us this for years. This is, but they, turned it into something else.
So pineapple, how's the pineapple poll doing?
Let me check the pineapple poll.
On the pineapple poll.
This is important stuff. Okay, here it is. Only 30 votes in. I thought Paul had a bigger audience than that.
Should we put up our own poll?
This is a guy in Florida who has a very popular morning show there.
Paul Castronovo on Big 105.9, South Florida's classic rock, just so you know.
Mm-hmm.
The poll is Heather had the hottest take of the week with her claim that she doesn't like pineapple. So they voted. 64.5% yes, it's delicious. 33.5% nope, don't care for it.
And I maintain that the people who don't care for pineapple, it's because it's kind of acidic, and they all have open sores in their mouths all the time.
All the time.
So those 30% have running open sores, weeping sores in their mouths.
That's what a real morning show does right there, just so you know.
Let's see. Coronavirus updates here in Utah.
Do you really miss that?
I kind of do.
Yeah, I kind of like it. Two more Utahns have died, being added to the state's death toll from COVID-19. One of the men was between 60 and 85, and the other between 18 and 60, both in the hospital. Now 106 deaths, only one more than Wednesday's report. Utah Department of Health that said that one of the COVID-19 deaths reported Wednesday, that of a resident in a long-term care facility, has been removed from the total count, and they're investigating it further because it might not have been COVID-19. It could have been an allergic reaction to pineapple.
We had the biggest one-day jump in cases yesterday.
Here in the United
so
States?
far. No, in Utah. Maybe in the United States.
Oh, it's just
too, but in
reported
Utah.
cases, not deaths, but reported cases.
Correct.
By the way, let's go back to. So President Trump tweeted many vile things over the last few days, and one of them was about the rioting in Minneapolis. He said, "If you keep this up, it'll bring shooting." And
Looting brings shooting.
Looting brings shooting. And the implication is that if you loot, we're going to send in the National Guard, which the governor has called up, and we're going to shoot you. This is not a helpful stance for the President of the United States to be taking.
No.
Twitter said that the tweet from President Trump implying that the Minneapolis protesters could be shot violated the company's rules against glorifying violence in a move that threatens to escalate tension between Trump and his favorite social media megaphone. The company prevented users from viewing Trump's message without first reading a brief notice saying that that this tweet that the president put out, it incites violence, and we don't condone this, and you should just be aware of that before you read it.
Here's what it says, exactly. This tweet violated the Twitter rules about glorifying violence. However, Twitter has determined it may be in the public's interest for the tweet to remain accessible. So that's what you see before. Now, the White House has retweeted it now, too. So it's popped up in a couple of different places.
And, it's... and so now Trump is going after Twitter. And it's if it weren't so bizarre, it would be comical.
He had paperwork drawn up in less than 2 days, but yet with Corona, he didn't do anything for 2 months.
Yeah, so he had an executive order issued. He signed it yesterday that seeks to strip liability protection in certain cases for companies like Twitter, Google, and Facebook for the content on their sites, meaning they could face legal jeopardy if they allow false and defamatory posts. So,
this is my favorite part about this.
He is signing an executive order kind of against himself.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Without a liability shield, they presumably would have to be even more aggressive about policing messages that press those boundaries, like messages like the president's. So what he signed an order which maybe and mostly people are saying this is not going to hold up anywhere in a court.
No.
But if it did, he signed an executive order which then would force Twitter, for instance, to ban him completely.
Yep.
Aren't there people around him who will say, this is really dumb?
They've all been fired. He fired them all, and he's got the sycophants around him, and they agree with him.
These are his fat, druggy Elvis years. That was the best example. Like he's surrounded himself with people that won't say no.
Well, let me move on to a better story than this then. A Toronto man said he was surprised and confused when a package showed up at his home containing a product that he had ordered 8 years before. Elliot Bernstein, I guess, said a Canada Post delivery worker left the package from well.ca on his doorstep on May 6th, and he was initially confounded about its origins. I was very confused because I hadn't ordered anything from well.ca in a long while. Oh, and then I remembered. About 8 years ago, I ordered something from them. The packaging included a tube of Brill cream that he had ordered in 2012. You'd think, so if it was a tube of Brill cream, you'd think he had ordered it in the 50s.
Yeah, I was going to say, can you even get Brill cream anymore?
Apparently you can. Brill cream, it's explained here because most people don't know what it is anymore, a hairstyling product.
Now, did this just knock around at the post office and somebody found it?
Well,
where has it been?
Yeah, apparently it was in a corner somewhere and had just gotten lost. But when they found it, we better deliver it. It probably fell behind a bookcase at the post office, and or behind a counter or something. Brill cream, a little dab will do you.
Oops. Now there's a happy accident. An accident that could lead to opportunity. But then he had to take off his hat.
Oh.
And poor guy.
Messy hair.
Dry, lifeless hair can take the fun out of your life, but you can put it back with Brill cream. With Brill cream, a little dab will do you. Watch Brill cream put life in dry hair and fun back into your life.
You don't want that dry hair. You want that oily looking.
I'll tell you a story about that in a second.
Healthy, so masculine.
So masculine.
So masculine.
a little dabble do ya.
Brill cream, you look so debonair. Brill cream, the gals will all pursue ya. They'll love to run your fingers through your hair.
Use Brill Cream and put life in your hair.
So, now I think, as I recall, that might have been an animation, the whole thing.
No, it was the last quarter of it was animation.
That's what I remember most about the Brill Cream ads. And so when I was a young lad, well, I better get some Brill Cream. So I get the Brill Cream, and I start using it. And you put it in your little dab on your hand, because a little dab will do you.
That's all you need.
And then you rub it, and then you rub it through your hair, and then you comb your hair back, straight back, so that it's just all slicked back. And then you look at your comb, and it's covered with Brill Cream. Mm-hmm. And then, a little while later, you look at your hair, and it's oily and greased back, but then there are perfectly striated white lines of Brill Cream all through it.
Well,
And then when you sweat...
You need more Brill Cream at that point.
Well, and then when you sweat, the Brill Cream starts dripping down your forehead and burning your eyes. So
a good look. So masculine.
So masculine. Sports weather traffic.
Well, thousands of runners will not be flooding the streets of Beantown, this says in this story, in September. The 124th Boston Marathon has officially been scrapped in exchange for a virtual race. Boston Athletic Association made the call to go virtual on Thursday after the mayor canceled the in-person race. Now, it was supposed to happen earlier. They moved it to September, and now they're just getting rid of it altogether.
How is a virtual race going to happen?
How does that work?
Here's how it's going to work. It says... Runners can get their 26.2 miles between September 7th and 14th and still get their medal if they provide proof that they completed the race within 6 hours. I have no idea how you do that. If there's like an app or something that I don't know. It's unclear how many people will run virtually. Usually more than 30,000 people participate in the Boston Marathon. Weather, it's going to be hottest day of the year today. So that's exciting. 96 for a high today. We'll also be right around that, maybe even creeping close to 100 tomorrow, and much warmer than that down south. There's a heat warning for the folks down in St. George. Could be 104, 105, 106, somewhere in there. Sunday 90, Monday 93. So we're having a heat wave.
It's a tropical heat wave.
That is your weather and traffic. We've had a fairly light morning so far. I see no accidents to report. And Bill, you seem to have the text open. I still can't get it to open.
I can't
Do you
either.
see anything there that's an alert traffic-wise?
I do not.
Okay, I'll just mention this then. UDOT will begin work resurfacing US 6 in Spanish Fork Canyon, taking place from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. Sunday through Friday. Expect one-way traffic and moderate traffic delays 10 to 15 minutes through that area. That's traffic.
All right. Thank you very much. Try the text again. I was just able to get through.
Okay.
Just barely. All right.
Speaking of text coming up, I got to tell you, a friend of ours texted me yesterday.
Oh.
A famous friend.
Okay.
We'll recap that.
All right. Let's take a break. We will be back. We're broadcasting live from our homes, which means these shows go to 11 a.m. KXRK Provo.
From celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear these.
Wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
Medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe...
People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi, not among them.
No.
But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of those.
All right then.
Are there any,
I let you take out your credentials and show me.
Are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies, Carrie.
Studies?
Studies
Herbalist,
say,
herbalist.
according to this midwife
And a
Midwife
study,
and
herbalist,
a study could be, you know,
Okay.
I've studied things, and that's. a
it
study.
takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically, said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here,
Okay.
the symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath, like it was totally like, I could just like feel like it was clear. It was
Couldn't
like
possibly be that
amazing.
you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh my
That you were
God,
sold.
you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms, like Melinda Dratchell, also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started
And
talking.
they kept the
taking them.
cougars away, and they kept.
Rachel Talley midwife and herbalist, charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much
and
does she
that's what it's
charge?
worth. And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge? I'm
That's
curious.
what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your
No.
placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there. Okay, Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah.
All right, 7:04 right now.
Yesterday we were supposed to talk to Channel 2 morning show anchor and noon show anchor Mary Nichols. She's been calling us kind of regularly to check in with us once a week, but we didn't hear from her yesterday, and thought maybe she'd finally just had enough of us. I am so bored with those guys. I don't want to ever talk to them, or at least not for a long time. Or, God forbid something was wrong, but we didn't hear about anything, so.
Well, when I got off the
message?
air, I had a text message from my friend Mary Nichols, and it said, "I'm so sorry. I'm homesick." And then she said, "Don't worry. It's just food poisoning."
Oh, good. I'm glad she has food poisoning.
But she said, "I had every intention of calling in anyway, but I went to sleep last night and I slept for 10 hours straight."
Ooh.
And slept right through it. And I replied to her, "I know you must be sick because I don't think you ever get 10 hours of sleep." She gets up earlier than we do.
Gina monitors Mary's sleep schedules.
No, I know she gets to work before we do, and she does the noon news. She has a really long shift, and she never gets a good long night's sleep. So she said,
I've seen her. She sleeps through that noon show sometimes. I've seen her do it.
She apologized and said she that is not like her. And,
apology not accepted. Apology not accepted. You left a hole in our show and a hole in my heart.
Well, I hope she's feeling better, Mary, if you're listening.
Well,
She's
is she on the
probably not.
air?
I don't
today?
know.
Somebody turn on Channel 2 and see if she's there.
Does she look peaked?
If she's there, I'm not buying the story.
Well, food poisoning is usually just a 24-hour thing. She should
I don't
be
know.
Fine. No, you've never had food poisoning?
Once, I think. Once. A lot of times people say they have food poisoning and they don't really.
Yeah.
Are you calling Mary a liar?
Well, at what point do you call it food poisoning? Because
I can't remember.
I've eaten stuff that's made me sick.
Yeah,
but
no,
you know.
I can't remember. I looked it up, and there's kind of a strict protocol. Now if you get kind of you get kind of sick or upset about eating some food, it's just maybe a bad reaction to the food. Food poisoning is something else entirely. It's like there's some bacteria there, and I think, as I recall, part of it is it gets you immediately. Almost immediately after eating it, and you get stuff coming out of you from both ends and all of that. It's pretty.
Well, we do have a report that she is in fact on the air.
Yeah, that wasn't food
She's
poisoning.
back.
I don't think you can say that.
She had an upset stomach. I think she just needed a break from Ron. I mean, I don't know.
The real important story this morning, of course, is this pineapple situation.
Yeah.
Now, I have retweeted because, like I said, I thought Paul had a lot of listeners down in Florida. We're talking about our friend Paul Castronova, who does a morning show on Big 105.9, South Florida's classic rock.
He has his own wine,
Yeah, I know. He's got dough. He's got money.
He makes a lot of money.
But
he has rental properties.
Yeah,
okay.
Well, that's because that's because he does a real morning show.
Yeah,
and he addresses vital and important topics like this. So I have retweeted this from his show, and I want you all to go and vote because right now he only has 45 votes. He's been on the air longer than we have. I mean, he started 2 hours before us. Heather may have had the hottest take of the week with her claim that she doesn't like pineapple. Are we taking crazy pills? Do you like pineapple?
Where do I get these crazy pills?
And then there's a poll, and so I've retweeted it, so I want everybody who follows me on Twitter to go and take the poll so we can get a real look at the numbers here, because 45 is just not enough.
Is there a way to say when you vote, I'm voting for you I'm voting on this poll on behalf of Radio from Hell in Salt Lake?
I guess you could retweet with comment or reply, because some people have. But right now it's at 66.7% for pineapple, 33.3% against pineapple.
Our old friend and my wingman Dick Clark has weighed in on the pineapple. 2 things. Number 1, pineapple can kiss my ass. It's a garbage filler fruit for salad bar trash that gives me heartburn. Number 2, love ya. Oh, and number 3, Mary Nichols ate pineapple. That's what happened.
So I looked up food poisoning.
All right.
This is from the CDC.
Okay.
Food poisoning symptoms may range from mild to severe depending on the type of germ you swallowed. The most common symptoms are upset stomach, cramps, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, fever. After you consume a contaminated food or drink, it may take hours or days before you develop symptoms.
Oh, I thought it was immediate.
No. So I think you should walk back your statements about Mary and her
Listen,
diagnosis.
I didn't say she didn't have food poisoning.
I thought that's what you said.
No,
That's
I just
exactly what
said.
you said.
I thought you
just
used
said-
those words.
Roll the
Katie?
tape back.
Katie,
What
roll the tape back.
What I was indicating was, all I said was many people who claim that they have food poisoning don't really have food poisoning. That's what I said. Now, and I did indicate that maybe Mary was among those. However, I didn't specifically call her out as a liar. Maybe she.
You kind of did.
No.
Well, is it any wonder she's not calling the show?
Listen, I would have
We may
been
never hear
sued.
from her again.
I would have been sued years ago if I know how to be careful.
Well, back to the pineapple thing. Thanks
Yeah.
to our old friend Sammy Brew, who is listening.
Oh, Sammy.
It says, please take this poll. We need the science. And he has retweeted it. So
Okay.
get on there and,
Well,
and
what
take the poll.
how does Sammy feel about pineapple? He doesn't say.
He must have voted, I guess. I think he's
Sammy-
for pineapple because the yes numbers went up.
Yeah, save pineapple, although it seems to be doing just fine, right?
Travis the Pie Man is now weighing in. Thank you to all of our Twitter people who are helping our friend Paul Castronovo in Florida with his morning show. And someday maybe he'll help us with ours. I don't know. He has a winery.
He owes us.
Yeah.
So
I wonder if he still has his own wine. I don't know if he has a winery. I think he got some winery to, put his face on a bottle and sell
I
it.
got the feeling that it was his winery, but
Yeah,
anyway.
I don't remember exactly.
Now, when I hear about stuff like that, guys in radio who have that kind of money, it just kind of makes me angry and nauseous at the same time.
Well,
Open a winery? I'd open a winery.
Well, then
I'd
you
sell-
need to.
And it'd be nothing but Chardonnay. That's all I would. I would specialize in just Chardonnay.
Oaky Chardonnay or.
Well, we'd have several different kinds of Chardonnay, but it would
just-
all be Chardonnay.
But it's Kerry. You can only blame it on the size of the market. It ain't the quality of the
I know.
show. Sometimes it's just the size of the market.
If we were in a larger market with these numbers, we'd be fine.
Yeah.
All
This
right.
is a structured Cabernet, is what.
A structured
Castronovo.
Structured. What does that mean?
That means it's hearty. It's
got-
it's
Oh.
toothsome.
Or is it blended?
I don't know.
Oh, and he has his own vineyard, actually.
He does.
It's not just...
Okay.
And he's always tweeting out pictures of himself out on his boat, his big old boat,
Smoking a cigar.
smoking cigars.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, and talking about pineapple. That's how you make the big money. That's how you do it. Okay,
We've been doing it wrong.
Apparently. Well, let's say get some traffic, Gina.
Crash northbound Mountain View corridor at 126 South in Riverton. The right lane and shoulder are blocked. That's the only issue so far this morning. If you see something else you want to share with friends of the program, I'll pass it along, and I can now see your texts at 33986.
All right. Yes, round one of your boners coming up.
I'm retweeting the pineapple poll. I'm saying radio from hell here, Paul, trying to boost your numbers.
All right. What do we have as far as candidates go?
Oh, the candidates for boners. I'm sorry. I was so busy helping Paul Castronovo's show that I was neglecting our own. So let me tell you that I don't have them right.
That's
in front
fine.
of
We'll get
me.
them. We'll get them
Yeah,
coming up.
Coming up.
Stand by for that. Big boy news and opinnuendo as well. All on the way. Gina, Volkswagen Southtown.
2020's kind of gotten off to a rough start. I think we can all agree on that. My friends at Volkswagen Southtown, they want to make your life a little easier in 2020. You can buy a new car, say like the new GTI that Festus and I have been driving. It's a beautiful car. It's fun to drive. Say you want to get that car at Volkswagen Southtown, you don't have to worry about your car payment or any driving expenses like car insurance, maintenance, even gas for the rest of the year. Plus, get as low as 0% APR for 6 years. Interest rates and prices are low right now, but they will go up. So take advantage of these incredible deals now and pay later at Volkswagen Southtown. They're the #1 Volkswagen dealer in Utah. Volkswagen Southtown, buy now, pay later. 0% for 6 years, 0 payments till 2021, and 0 driving expenses for the rest of the year. This is amazing. You can start out by finding more at vwsouthtown.com.
Well, Punk, let's get to the movie review, shall we?
There we go.
That's why nothing says spending the summer in and out of health facilities like 18 Fingers of Death.
Tell us who stars in this opus.
Well, this is the only movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Yeah.
It stars James Liu.
Oh, so this is a sequel then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's Buford, the down-and-out action hero.
James Liu, okay.
Okay.
And we got Maurice Patton.
Yeah.
He's Ronald Mack, the college student and wannabe director.
Okay.
Lisa Arturo.
Nope.
She's Sushi Q, the Honorable Fortune Cookie CEO.
Okay.
Pat Morita.
Oh, well, there's a name I recognize. Arnold from Happy Days.
So I know this movie's at least a year old, right?
Exactly. Well, I noticed he's got lots of others that are in post-production.
Oh, God. All right.
He's the humble restaurateur. We got Lorenzo Lamas.
Lorenzo
Lamas, yeah.
He's a Antonio Bandana, the singing martial artist.
Okay.
Robin Shue.
This sounds like just a great movie.
Oh, yeah.
He's Jackie Chong.
Yeah.
And we got Charlie George Brown as Chuck Snorris.
Chuck Snorris. Okay.
Oh, God.
And Kurt Graves as Steven Seafood.
Okay. Tell us the plot of 18 Fingers of Death.
Well, as far as I can tell, this guy starred in 803 of the finest action movies ever filmed, but he's come up with a script for what could be his breakout role. But when the producers back out and pull his funding, he's forced to pull out the "Will Work for Kung Fu for Money" sign and sell his Kung Fu movie memorabilia in order to get enough money to make a movie in 1 week for the Sundance Film Festival.
God.
And they managed to get like about 90 minutes out of this?
Yep.
Jeez.
A full 90 minutes.
All right, have you got a scene from 18 Fingers of Death?
Yeah, I thought I'd give you a little Pat Morita.
Okay.
Oh, good. Pat Morita.
So here we go.
Mr. Lee, listen, I've always been wanting to know, do you have Chinese Jews? Chinese Jews? Oh, very sorry today, so no Chinese Jew. We only have the apple Jews and the orange Jews.
Oh, man.
This is worse than I even dreamed.
Yep. What are you giving this movie, Punk?
I'm actually giving it 3.5 Prozac.
What? It's the pills talking, Punk.
It's the prednisone. I think it's the prednisone. For digging up guano, lining up to fight. You can only fight the good guy one at a time.
That's
you
right.
have to circle him.
Yeah.
Feathered hair, the drunken bastard, Bong Fu the series, a wicker basket beaten, bow tie in the kitchen, cowboy Fu, a fallen in love montage, an attack midget, and yes, learning to speak out of sync.
Learning to speak out of sync. All right, and what junk food are you going to have while you watch this movie?
I think you need to gather a few Lynn Wilson's meat and cheese burritos with extra cheese and onions. You can mix in the Durkin's French fried onions as you need. A nice meatball hero, some Rainbow Twizzlers, a bunch of Starburst, Reese's Pieces, a bag of Honorable Fortune cookies, and, yes, a nice cold canister of Lost Energy drink.
All right, Punk.
Wow, sounds lovely.
For those of you that are lost.
All right.
18 Fingers of Death.
The movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Okay, it is 7:20 right now, which means it's time for round one of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it's not boner of the day. It is merely the winner of round 1. It goes forward. Round 2 happens at 8:20. 3 different candidates. We get a winner there. That one goes forward. We take both of them and put them against each other for boner fight at 9:20 this morning. That's when you decide boner of the day. So right now, pick your champion for round 1. Choose wisely. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it, gotta win it. Someday there will be a line out the door of the office, 6 feet apart, of course, to pick up your Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Here's boner candidate number 1. This baby is defective. Where can I return him? A popular parenting YouTuber has come under fire after permanently placing her autistic son, whom she adopted from China in October of 2017, placing that son with another family. Mika Stauffer, whose YouTube channel has hundreds of thousands of followers, and her husband James made the announcement Tuesday in a video entitled, "An Update on Our Family." In the video, the couple say that they've decided to rehome their now 4-year-old son Huxley due to unspecified behavioral issues. Once Huxley came home, and there was a lot more special needs that we weren't aware of, and what we were not told, James Stauffer said in the video shared on Tuesday, that's why we're rehoming him.
Did they make up that term? What is rehoming?
I believe they made it up.
Yeah.
For us, it's been really hard hearing from the medical professionals, a lot of their feedback and things that have been upsetting. We never wanted to be in this position, and we've been trying to get his needs met and help him out as much as possible. We truly love him. Do I feel like a failure as a mom? Mika said. 500%. The YouTuber, who has 4 biological children, has been vocal about how challenging she's found it to raise this autistic child. In an Instagram post from January, she speaks of the little boy melting down on occasion. And, yeah. So she's somehow in the position, because she adopted this child, she feels that she can just say, no, what if it's a biological child? I mean, I have wanted to give up my children on many occasions. But I can't rehome them.
You didn't know there was an opportunity to rehome, Bill.
You know what? There isn't. There isn't. I don't know why or how this happens.
I'm getting a lot of reports here from people saying rehoming is a term that you use when you find a new home for your pet.
Yeah. Not a person.
Not a person.
Now, probably their first mistake was to name this poor kid that they adopted from China Huxley.
Yeah, maybe he'll luck out and get a better name in his new home.
God. I mean, and she makes tons of money off of being these, she and her husband, these perfect parents.
Well, they're not. They're perfect parents to perfect children. This one's broken. We are going to turn it back in.
Boner candidate number 1. This baby is defective. Where can I return him? Boner candidate number 2. I hope there's some more room in hell, because these 2 people need to go there. They shared photos on social media of their private jet, stacks of Tiffany and Company boxes and crystal decanter of Louis the 13th cognac, often accompanied by the hashtags jet setter, millionaire, billionaire, and entrepreneur. But prosecutors said that the lavish lifestyle that Letitia and Timothy Heron flouted online wasn't because they were entrepreneurs, really, or it's because they obtained the money through Medicaid fraud.
Oh, geez.
On Wednesday, the Herons were indicted in a years-long Medicaid billing scheme in which the couple back-billed the program for $13 million in home health care services that they didn't provide. according to a criminal complaint unsealed yesterday. The Herons, who live in Las Vegas, spent the money on real estate, exercise equipment, jewelry that included a $58,455 Tiffany ring and clothes from Brioni in Beverly Hills. The couple's Aston Martin and wine collection were among the items that could be seized. Prosecutors said that the husband and wife combed through obituary listings in North Carolina to get the names of people who had recently died, and then they charged bogus services to those who had been eligible to receive Medicaid benefits in the state. Robert J. Higdon, the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of North Carolina, said in a statement that the scheme was one of the most brazen and egregious cases that he had ever seen of Medicaid fraud. $13 million. Boner candidate number 2. I hope there's some room in hell. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. It was worth it. Hot Pocket.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1, coming up after this Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Brought to you by
Diversion Eatery offers brunch weekends from 11 to 3. Try the steak and egg poutine with a Bloody Mary or mimosa. It's the best. Open daily for dine-in or take-out, 535 North 3rd West. Check out the menu at diversioneatery.com.
Great. Well, I hope Khloe Kardashian is able to sell her mansion in Calabasas. It's she wants to put it up on the market. $19 million is what she figures it's worth, but Khloe Kardashian says she's willing to let it go for $18.9. You know, it's
That's
worth
a deal.
$19. Yeah, just deal. 6 bedrooms, 7 bathroom. It's also been home to Justin Bieber and Eddie Murphy, who bought it for his ex, Nicole Murphy. Khloe recently renovated the property with the help of famed designers Waldo Fernandez and Tommy Clements.
Very good.
Aren't they? They're great. There are
They
photos
did my
on.
house.
There are photos online right now. It's an 11,000 square foot estate. It's only 5 minutes from Kris Jenner's mansion. So it's a gated community, so you'd be perfectly safe there. I think, why not? That's what I say. Why not? If you've got $19 million, $18.9 to spare, buy the mansion. Salt Lake City, at least for the time being, is going to remain at orange risk level for COVID-19. I had heard, maybe we'll talk to Jenny Wilson, she might know about it. The city, I know Aaron Mendenhall, this mayor, probably wants it to remain at orange. I had heard something that it might be forced into the yellow category this weekend.
Not after yesterday. They had the largest one-day rise in reported cases.
Well, that's
since
why
it
she's
started.
saying this. She said, after consulting with the Utah County Health Department, we've requested to keep Salt Lake City in the orange phase because our data is not showing a significant enough change since the 1st of May to warrant a shift to yellow. We will continue to cooperate closely with the state and local health departments to monitor the data and evaluate our status. That's a spokesman for the mayor's office said. Salt Lake City has some of the highest case numbers for COVID-19 in the state, according to data from the Salt Lake County Health Department. The mayor had raised the possibility earlier this week that Salt Lake might move into yellow status, but public health orders are set to expire today. Governor Herbert, I don't know what will happen. He could say to the city, I'm sorry, you're going to yellow anyway. But we'll see how
There's
that
a difference between the public health orders and the color coding. What she's talking about there is when we're in a state of emergency, the things like the streets being blocked off so people can ride bikes and stuff, those kind of orders that have been in place expire.
And by the way, after organizers vowed to proceed with a free concert to openly defy and protest the restrictions despite a Tooele County Health Department order banning it, a judge has issued a temporary restraining order to stop the event with country star Colin Ray. But the concert organizer, Eric Mustos, says he's going to go ahead anyway, at least pending an evidentiary hearing on Friday about whether to make the restraining order permanent. Now, yesterday,
He wants a protest event, and he wants cameras and reporters out there recording it. The best thing we could do is ignore this.
Yesterday, I looked at Colin Ray's website, and he was saying that he was still planning on doing a concert in Kaysville. Well, that's long past. Now, I haven't looked at his website today to see if he's still planning on coming. Maybe is he still going to come to Tooele? I kind of bet that he's not planning on doing that. Let's see, CNN crew was arrested this morning doing a live television report from the riots in Minneapolis. They have been released. The crew was covering ongoing protests over the death in police custody of George Floyd. State police detained CNN correspondent Omar Jimenez, his producer, and his photojournalist, as Jimenez was reporting live from a street south of downtown where a police precinct was earlier set ablaze. Jimenez could be seen holding his CNN badge while reporting, identifying himself as a reporter, telling the officers the crew would move wherever they needed him to. An officer gripped his arm as Jimenez talked and then put him in handcuffs. We can move back to where you like. We are live on the air here. Just put us back where you want us. We're getting out of your way. Whatever you want us to do, we'll get out of your way, Jimenez kept saying. We're just trying to get out of the way. But police said we're detaining you because we told you to move on and you didn't, even though they clearly They clearly did move on and clearly did do what the police asked them to. Let's see. Donald Trump is pushing back on a key Democratic argument against him, that he's dangerous and erratic. In an interview airing Sunday on ABC's This Week, so I guess it'll come up this weekend, Trump claimed that Democratic presidential nominee Hillary Clinton... Oh, wait a minute.
What?
This is an old story. Never mind.
I was going to say, what?
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know why this popped up in
Why
Twitter.
is that?
Because Twitter. Yeah, it's got an old date on it. It is funny, though. He says, I have one of the great temperaments. I have a winning temperament. She has a bad temperament. I have a great temperament. I have the temperament where I know how to win. She doesn't know how to win. So that makes him a person with a great temperament.
There's plenty of current things we can point to.
Yeah. I don't know why that popped up. That's let's see. Let's talk about Donald Trump's attacks on Joe Scarborough. Ugly even for him, it says.
Yep.
And some of his most stalwart media defenders have broken ranks now, aghast at his baseless smears against Joe Scarborough on MSNBC, whom Trump has all but accused of killing a former staff member 2 decades ago. Despite a total lack of evidence to the contrary, the backlash even spread to the senior levels of Trump's party on Capitol Hill. Number 3 House Republican Representative Liz Cheney of Wyoming said the president should drop the matter and focus on leading the country through the coronavirus pandemic. Well, why would he start doing that now, Liz? The vast majority of Republican officials have kept silent about the president's Twitter barrage against Scarborough because you know that he's crazy, and you know he's doing the wrong thing, and you know he's not a good leader, and you know he's a petulant child. And so rather than call it out and say enough, you just keep quiet. You behave
Mitt
like...
Romney continues to call it out. He's not afraid to say something.
Well, he's already on Trump's S list anyway.
Yeah.
So.
He didn't mention the president by name, though. He did say attacking people with no evidence is the wrong thing to do.
Well, you know
he
what
didn't
he's
say.
talking about.
Yeah. Well, I hate to use the phrase, but seems like the phrase "good Germans" applies here somehow to the Republican Party. They're being good Germans.
And make no mistake, this is by design. This is all part of that Steve Bannon philosophy where you spread enough S out there to keep people distracted from what's really going on.
Well, here's what's really going on.
What?
Utah's going to get its first Raising Cane restaurant.
What is that?
How about... What do you mean, what is that? This
never
is big
heard of
news. This is as big as... Remember all of those... it's the... Red Lobster. So the Red Lobster ads would come on TV years ago, and they looked so good, but we didn't have one in Utah, and everybody's going, when do we get a Red Lobster? And we finally got, Raising Cane a popular fast food chain that specializes in, Gina, I'm surprised you don't know this,
What?
that specializes in deep-fried chicken fingers,
Oh, well, I like those.
is coming
as
to
we know.
Utah. Now, I didn't know that chickens had fingers, but it specializes. It'll be opening up in the Mountain View Business Plaza in West Valley, founded in 1996 in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The Raising Cane franchise is named after the owner's yellow Labrador Retriever. In addition to chicken fingers, it serves fries, of course, coleslaw, Texas toast, which I know is the toast you prefer.
I love a Texas toast.
And also a pink sauce that says here it looks eerily similar to fry sauce. According to the company's website, it has more than 490 restaurants in 27 states, as well as it's very popular in Bahrain.
Andrew in the chat room says, Raising Cane's is great. Every meal comes with Texas toast.
And they call fans of Raising Cane Caniacs.
Are we going to send them a bill for this ad?
Well, we should, because maybe they have steak fingers, Gina. Maybe they have steak
They
fingers.
should.
It looks like God hasn't abandoned us entirely, said one person who loves Raising Cane.
You just reminded me of that Red Lobster comparison. I remember listening to Dan Bomas on the radio that morning when it opened, says, finally civilization has come.
That's civilization?
Really? Okay.
My ex-wife would watch those ads, and she would just be so outraged that we didn't have a Red Lobster here in Salt Lake or in Ogden, and finally civilization.
Weather, traffic.
You got the hottest day of the year so far happening today. Expecting a high of 96 today. Tomorrow, expecting a high of probably warmer than that. Hottest day of the year will be tomorrow. Then dipping back down into the low 90s on Sunday. And we're going to be hovering around there for the next 4 to 5 days. So very warm temperatures. Traffic, we've got a crash northbound Legacy Parkway in North Salt Lake. Also a crash northbound Mountain View Corridor at 126 South in Riverton. The right lane and shoulder are blocked there. Let me check one other place, see if there's anything else you need to know about. Nope, things seem to be moving well pretty much everywhere else. I do have access to our text line now, so if you see something, you can text it to us, 33986. Scott Hale offering a $39 AC tune-up with a free leak check. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
All right.
Here's boner candidate number 3. It was worth it. Hot pocket. A homeless man in California has been accused, because he did it, of breaking into a bank early Wednesday morning, not to rob the bank, no, to use the microwave oven that they had in their break room to heat up some Hot Pockets. Police responded to Wells Fargo in San Diego around 3:30 in the morning after a burglary alarm sounded. The alarm company told officials that a man could be seen on surveillance video in the break room using the microwave. Officials entered the building an hour later and hauled the man out. Was it worth it? Yeah, it was worth it. The man, who has not been identified, told authorities. It was a Hot Pocket, man. Hell yeah. The suspect told officers at the scene he was homeless. He broke in the bank to use the microwave and ate 2 Hot Pockets.
Well, he didn't steal any money. I don't know why this is a boner candidate, Bill.
He broke into the bank, Gina.
Just to borrow the microwave.
I think he stole the Hot Pockets, too.
Oh.
All right, that's boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. This baby is defective. Where can I return him? This YouTube woman and her husband, they make lots of money being perfect parents on YouTube. They adopted a baby from China. The baby has autism, and they monetized him for a while, and now he's just too much to handle, so they're rehoming him. Boner candidate number 2, well, I hope there's some room in hell. A couple in Las Vegas cheating Medicaid for $13 million to pay for a lavish lifestyle. And boner candidate number 3, it was worth it. Hot Pocket.
Okay. Here we go. You've got to decide of these three candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it goes forward. Yes, it's not Boner of the Day yet. We'll have round 2 at 8:20, three different candidates. We'll get a winner there. Take the winner of each round and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning is when you'll decide Boner of the Day. That's when Boner Fight happens. Right now, you are picking the champion for round 1. Here we go. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit, that number, in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting May 29, 2020, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. This is round 1.
And now it's time for another edition of Ned Hastings, Smoking Psychotherapist. Brought to you by Iger Brothers Chain Link. Whatever your chain link need, be it fences, neck ornaments, or medieval armor, call Iger Brothers. We've been linking you up with the finest chain link products for over 30 years. And now Ned Hastings, Smoking Psychotherapist.
Ladies and gentlemen, order. Order, please. It's time to get this committee meeting underway. The Utah State Legislature has impaneled this panel to look into Utah's new law prohibiting cigarette smoking in all public places. We'll be hearing from a series of expert witnesses today. The first person to testify is a psychotherapist named Ned Hastings. Sergeant at Arms, could you call Mr. Hastings to the committee room, please? Mr. Hastings, Ned Hastings, please come into the committee room. Mr. Hastings, thank you for being with us today. May I say that it's an unusual contraption that you're wearing. It looks like a spacesuit.
Close, but no cigarette, Mr. Chairman. It works on the same principle as a spacesuit, and it was developed by NASA, but this is my patented Ned Hastings smoke suit. The backpack portion recycles fine, rich Turkish tobacco instead of fresh air. The bubble headgear captures every bit of smoke. None escapes into the outer atmosphere, thereby allowing me to roam freely through Utah's smoke-free environment.
Well, I'm not sure that this is allowable. You may be breaking a Utah law.
Oh, but I'm willing to take that risk for the sake of sweet, sweet tobacco.
Mr. Hastings, I'm having a hard time seeing your face through the bubble.
Oh, yes. I'm still working on a system to clear the tar and nicotine resins from the inner surface. I have a devil of a time behind the wheel of my sporty car.
Oh, yes. Mr. Hastings, you've been called before this panel as an expert witness. You are a psychotherapist, are you not?
I am.
And what is your expert view of the new Utah Clean Air Act?
I feel that it is an abomination before God and man. Not only does the law discourage people from finding good mental health by becoming new smokers, it is causing those existing smokers who have achieved some measure of mental stability to become unhinged. If this law stays in effect, I am anticipating a rash of crimes the like of which you little people have never...
My God, his suit's sprung a leak!
Filthy tobacco smoke is leaking into the hollow chamber. Evacuate this building immediately!
Oh, no. If tobacco smoke is leaking out, that means that fresh air is getting in. Must reach the cigarettes in car. Holy shit!
Will Ned make it to his cigarettes in time? Join us next as Iger Brothers Chain Link presents another in the continuing adventures of Ned Hastings, Smoking Psychotherapist.
All right, it's 7:46. Time to award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by Grilled Peppers and Onions.
And Iconoclad. They sold filtered pollution masks for years, and they now carry washable face masks for adults and children. Shop online at iconoclad.com or walk up window, 4th East, 3rd South.
Boner candidate number one. This baby is defective. Where can I return him? I need to rehome him. You know, just taking care of this autistic child was more than I had bargained for. I've made some money off of him on my YouTube channel, and now I just don't want him anymore. That was number one. Going up against number two, I hope there's some room in hell. This couple scamming Medicaid for $13 million so they could live a lavish lifestyle. And boner candidate number three, it was worth it. Hot Pocket. The winner. Boner candidate number one, this baby is defective. Where can I return him?
All right, that's your winner of round one. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. We got round two coming up. 8:20, we got three different candidates. We'll get a winner there. We'll take both of those winners and put them against each other for Boner Fight. Boner of the Day is decided by you at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. All right, we have Michelle on the line.
It's our good friend Michelle Corigliano. She is the executive director of the Salt Lake Area Restaurant Association. Hi, Michelle. How are you?
Hi. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
You have been in the hospitality industry in Salt Lake for a long time now, I know. And this is a tough time to be the executive director of the Salt Lake Area Restaurant Association.
Yes.
Or maybe it's the most challenging but rewarding time in a way. I don't know. Talk about
that's a good point.
Yeah, talk about what the restaurants are going through.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, there has never been an industry that's been hit as hard as the restaurants and the bars. You know, we were the first industry to be closed down completely. And honestly, it's hard to get help because, you know, everybody needs help. Sure, I get it. But when restaurants are closed down, their margins are so small that the stockpile of having enough money to get through 3, 4, 5 months of not being open is just tough. And we really have gotten so little help. Yeah, it's been crazy. It's been crazy. The restaurants are really suffering, but what we've noticed is a great support from the Salt Lake community, and it's been an interesting time for sure.
You have so some restaurants seem to be doing fairly well. Certainly not the big margins that they had, but I mean they're managing to keep doing stuff by doing takeout and curbside. But some of them have just not done any of that. Do you have any idea of how many restaurants that we know and love are just not going to come back after all of this?
Well, I can't name names. I have talked to a few people over the last couple of days that said that they're not going to reopen. Unfortunately, we're seeing what we could do to help change that. Restaurants that actually you would know and have been to quite a bit. But, you know, a lot of them have just been opening, doing curbside. And honestly, curbside does not do it. Because remember, they're not able to sell any kind of alcohol. And although we've been lobbying the legislature to allow just even closed bottles of beer and wine to go, we haven't gotten that through yet. And so that's up to 30% of their income. Wow. So, yeah, so it's been tough in that respect. What the restaurants that I've talked to have been doing anywhere from about I've heard as low as 20% of their regular sales up to about 80%, but the average is about 40% of what they've normally been doing.
But they still have to pay the cooks to cook it and the other people to work there, so they're not bringing in nearly enough to even just pay salaries, right?
Well, we did get the PPP loans. Now, not everyone got that, but a lot did. And so part of that is that they have to pay 75% of their employees as much as they did in the first quarter of last year or the last quarter of last year, which is a lot because, you know, when you claim your tips on your paycheck, that's not something that the restaurants normally would have paid. But according to the PPP, to have it forgiven, they have to pay their regular income plus the tips. So it's kind of a weird circle. I know that some legislation was passed yesterday. I haven't had a chance to read through it to see if they amended that. But, yeah, they have to pay all of their expenses. And one of the really hard things is never knowing how to order even their food. So they may order a certain amount and they don't do the sales that they normally would do because these restaurants have had years of experience of knowing, you know, on a Friday I'm going to need this and on a Monday I'm going to need this. But with curbside, there's really no gauging. So it's a tough balance that they have to do.
The Salt Lake Area Restaurant Association, we're talking to the executive director, Michelle Corigliano. Some restaurants now opening up, I guess, with some dine-in services. How does the Salt Lake Area Restaurant Association, Slara, how do you guys offer help on how to set things up, and how is all of that going for the restaurants that are opening up a bit?
Yeah, so we have done a ton of seminars, and I do personal contacts to answer any of the individual questions. You know, a lot of the restaurants are open to their capacity is about 30 to 50% of their dining space. And what we've experienced is at least our members, which are the independent owners of restaurants and bars in Salt Lake County, they have been really fastidious about maintaining what is safe. So because they are so good at this, what it's attracting are people that are coming in that appreciate that and are just as careful. So, you know, you could go to a lot of restaurants and no one's wearing masks to the door and nobody is, or very few are really adhering to what is necessary because they think it's a big joke, right? You know these people. And so what we've seen is when the restaurants are really careful and really sticking to what is safe, then it's attracting a lot of the guests that are adhering and being really cool about it, you know? So they're coming in, they're being really careful. They're not, you know, going to other tables and talking to people. They're keeping their distance. And it's been a good experience in that we're seeing a community that's really showing up and supporting the restaurants, and it's been really cool. I went to Kimmy's in Sugar House, and that was a great experience. You know, there's sanitizer all over the restaurant. Yeah. And of course, that's a big restaurant, so they can kind of fit a lot more people in than, say, I don't know if you've ever been to Ochre downtown. They can't even open because their restaurant is so tiny that to seat people 6 feet apart, they'll be able to do maybe 3 tables, and it's just not worth it for them to open.
I've been trying to rotate around my core group of restaurants that we frequent and just have a steady. We've only been doing curbside to this point, but I so desperately want them all to stay open. I'm trying to use them as much as we did before, but I know it's hard.
Gina, I love you for even saying that because it's so cool. Some people are still a little nervous about doing curbside, and what I can tell you is it is a very safe experience. I think that our restaurants are really keeping the safe distances in the kitchen and making sure that the food is prepared very safe, you know, so it is a good experience. And I so appreciate you saying that because it's so important.
Our family's done it once a week as well with the restaurants we like, and we've not had any problem. It's been great. It's been great to have takeout. I get sick of eating the food that I cook all the time. So, so we at least once a week we try to have takeout at some restaurant. And I'm kind of interested in maybe venturing out and going and sitting down in a restaurant and see how that experience is. And maybe Kimmy's and Sugar House would be a good place to try that because it is such a big open space. And they have great food there, too.
Yeah, well, another great place to try, it's a big footprint, is out in Draper, and it's so worth the drive to go to Cliff Dining. Have you ever heard of Cliff Dining out in Draper? They sit up on the hill and they overlook the valley, and it's so super beautiful. They have big outdoor space, and they have the restaurant next door, Cultivate. So they have two restaurants next door to each other, and that's been really popular for dine-in.
Mm-hmm.
But really, the downtown restaurants, it's hard because,
Still tough,
tens of thousands of people are not going to work downtown, and the lunch business is really slow, and they could really use some help, too. It's been tough.
Well, I would assume that everybody knows who's in the business knows the Salt Lake Area Restaurant Association, but maybe if you don't, go to the website. I just checked the website out, and there's lots of good information there. It's just SLARA.org. And Michelle Corigliano, the executive director, thanks a lot for talking with us. Maybe we'll talk to you next week or so. Okay?
Thank you so much. And I do want to just say on our website, we're updating it. Probably by the weekend, it should be updated as to who's doing curbside, who's doing dine-in.
Oh, great.
And we'll just be updating that as we go because there's no centralized place to find it. So
And what's that website again? What's the website again?
It's SLARA.org, SLARA.org.
Thank you. All right, Michelle.
Thanks,
we
Michelle.
love you guys. Thank you.
We'll have you back on again. We missed you.
Appreciate it.
All right, Gina, traffic.
Yeah, we got a crash westbound I-80 at 5600 West. The left lane is blocked there. Crash on Corey Ride Highway at Foothill Boulevard in Saratoga Springs. I didn't even know there was a Foothill Boulevard in Saratoga Springs. See, I learned things doing traffic here. Left lane, both eastbound and westbound blocked, causing congestion in that area. And I think that's about it. No, we also have a stalled vehicle northbound I-15 at 3rd North in Salt Lake. That's affecting the right lane of traffic there. If you see something you want me to pass along to friends of the program, I happily will if you text it to us at 33986.
All right. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. Best question is on the way. Also, round 2 of your boners. KXRK Provo.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find our elders rendezvousing with Zone Leader Hansen on some distant planet in the BFE sector. Hey, Butch, what you got there?
Oh, it's a care package for my folks. You know, my mom means well, but she just doesn't understand the physics involved in sending stuff from home.
Well, what you mean?
Well, the cookies she sent are fine. They're hard as a rock, just the way I remember them. It's the lime jello with shredded carrots in it that causes problems. You know, even in Tupperware, this stuff goes bad after a week in hyperspace. Missionaries who have eaten this stuff have been known to develop a form of space madness.
Wow. Oh, look, here comes Zone Leader Hansen right now.
I have discovered the most incredible object. It allows us to view any period in the history of any planet. We can research early church history. This discovery will allow me to get reassigned back to Earth and leave you 2 losers far behind.
Great. Glad to hear it. What's that have to do with us?
Since you weren't having much luck in the field, I figured that you wouldn't mind watching my discovery while I go back to Starbase 182 and file my report. Hey, are you eating while I'm talking to you? Give me that.
Sorry.
Say, green jello with carrot shavings. I haven't had this since I left home.
But sir, I think you ought to know
Quietly, Hi. He's eating.
Shut up, the both of you, right now. This jello tastes funny.
He's gone mad. He's got space madness. We better go after him.
Okay. Hey, what's that thing right there?
You mean that natural arch that seems to be showing the History Channel?
Yeah, that thing. What is it?
I believe that who is it would be a more appropriate question.
Is that you that said that, Butch?
No. It must have been the natural arch over there. Okay, I'll play. Who are you, and what have you done with Zone Leader Hansen?
I am the guardian of forever. Hansen has entered through me into your world's past.
Entered through you?
Well, I guess we can get back to tracking now, huh, Lehigh?
No, we most certainly can't.
Huh?
We need to get Zone Leader Hansen back and cure his Jello-induced space madness.
Come on now, Lehigh. He was a little weird before my mom's Jello. Are we sure he's sick?
Where in our world's history is Hansen now, Guardian?
He was asking questions about Mormon history, and about lime jello in particular. He entered as I was showing him the Relief Society meeting, where sisters first began to experiment with lime jello.
Well, if he disturbs that meeting, the timeline of church history could be permanently changed. Let's go, Butch. Will Zone Leader Hansen change church history? Can Butch and Lehigh get him to go before he does? Will the Relief Society let Hansen anywhere near their test kitchen? Tune in next time to hear Relief Society President Mulestein say...
I'm at a loss, sisters. We've tried shredded beets, cauliflower, radishes, eggplant, zucchini, and rutabaga. Nothing seems to go with this new lime jello stuff.
Excuse me, sister. I think we can help.
I don't think we should go against the Prime Directive, Bush.
How did you get in here? One wrong move and you'll see the business end of my skillet. Just like the last kid who wandered in here and tried to tell us how to conduct our business.
Other kid? Oh, hey, it's Zone Leader Hansen. She's knocked him out cold.
Nice going, ma'am. Wish I'd have been here to see it. Tell you what, we'll get him out of your way and you can go back to doing what you were doing. Oh, yeah, and you might want to try shredded carrots.
I warned you about meddling.
She's got a skillet. Run for it, run! On the next liposuctioning episode of Space Elders!
Okay, it's 8:04 right now. Is this a sponsored feature?
It should be.
All right.
It's best question of the week. You know, and often it's not the best question of the week. We need more questions.
Yeah, sometimes it's the only question of the week. Let's call it the only question of the week feature, shall we?
I mean, we had a few this week, but
yeah.
Ask us anything. Email it to us. radiofromhell@x96.com. Put must go or meh in the subject line, and it's like magic. We'll read your email on the air. Like right now, Katie's going to read one of your emails.
I am. So the first question is, we recently rewatched The Princess Bride, and although the movie is nearly perfect and doesn't need to be remade, I couldn't help recasting it in my head, but I kept using the actors from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. So they used Chris Pratt as an example for the lead role of Wesley, Rocket Raccoon as the giant rats in the swamp.
Oh,
what?
Okay.
What are your thoughts on recasting this with the Marvel characters?
I don't think they should. I don't think they should recast it. I think they should remake it. All of the people, pretty much all of the people who were in it originally, are still alive. Let's just redo it with all of those people.
Andre the Giant's dead, Bill.
Yeah,
Who's going to
he's
fill in
gone.
for Andre?
Well, Rulon Gardner up in Idaho is still alive.
Rulon Gardner.
I saw a picture of him today. I said, yeah.
He could be Andre the Giant.
Well, first of all, good luck getting Rocket to play the rodents of unusual size. I don't think he would agree with that. I don't think he'll go along.
They're a bad guy. He's not a bad guy.
Well, he's not a good guy. They are kind of thieves.
But Mandy Patinkin, could
Let's
be. And
get him. Yeah.
I tweeted this out yesterday and I sent it to Bill because I know you love Mandy.
I do.
On Twitter, there's a bunch of videos with him and his wife in quarantine that are hilarious.
Don't you think it would be funny to see the movie remade with
all the Christopher
Mandy
Guest
Patinkin,
and
Chris Sarandon, Christopher Guest, Wally Shawn, Fred Savage, Robin Wright?
Well, they did that with Fred Savage in Deadpool 2.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see.
Peter Falk isn't still around. But.
Yeah, RDJ obviously plays the Mandy Patinkin role. You killed my father, prepared to die.
Yes.
You could easily do that.
Inigo Montoya.
Inigo Montoya, thank you. Chris Pratt as Wesley seems too easy.
No, Chris Pine.
Chris Pine, yes. Okay, Chris Pine.
But that's DC. That's not Marvel.
That's not Marvel.
Chris Pine's not been in a Marvel movie. You're Captain Kirking him.
Yeah, don't do that.
They
Gotta
said
be somebody.
Tom Holland.
Tom Holland could play the kid in the bed.
Yeah, he's too young to be the lead.
Right.
No,
hero.
it'd be Chris Evans. Should be
No, Chris
Captain
Evans?
America. He should be.
He could be Wesley. Yeah,
he could be
he could
Wesley.
be
What do you mean no?
And as the Andre the Giant character, Taserface.
Yes.
Oh, not. I don't know who that is. I guess
It's in Guardians.
it's who is it? Who's the actor?
I can't remember the actor's name. He's on the sad show on TV.
He's
one
on
that
the
everyone
sad
watches.
show on
sad.
TV.
No,
The Of Us, the Something of Us show, or This Is Us. That's it. This Is Us.
Chris Sullivan.
Chris Sullivan. Thank you.
But
He's
what
on
about
the sad show on TV?
But what about the wrestler guy? Why should he
Oh,
be
Drax.
the
Oh, Drax.
Drax.
Oh, he
should
could
be
be
the Andre the
Oh,
Giant part.
There you go. That's
Drax
good.
should be.
And he could easily do those lines in his Drax voice, even.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's
Exactly.
perfect. Okay, I like that.
Uncle Max, Miracle Max.
Miracle Max.
Miracle Max should be let's
Hank
see.
Pym.
Huh?
Because he's old.
Who?
Oh, Michael Douglas?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. You wouldn't need to do
He's
makeup.
an old guy.
You wouldn't need
I
to
know
do
he
makeup
looks
with him.
He looks pretty good though.
And a texter says Groot is the secret entrance to the pit of despair.
Yes, of course. Pit of
All right. What's the is there another question?
We do
or-
have another question, yeah. So this one is, why does age automatically equal that one band is better than another? For example, the other day I got into an argument with a coworker. They said that I said I'd much rather listen to Billie Joe Armstrong sing than hear Robert Plant moan into the microphone for 3 minutes. So basically, what do you guys think? Why is the simple idea of me liking Green Day more?
Well, the big problem with that question is when the person who sent it says, "I got into an argument about this." That's the problem. There is no point in arguing about that.
About
If you-
taste?
if
About
you
your
like-
taste in things?
If you like Billie Joe Armstrong better than you like Led Zeppelin, then that's fine with me. I happen to like both of them. I maybe like one of them a little better than the other.
They're different. I don't know that you can compare them. They're different.
I'm
But
gonna
I think the
argue with you
point of
about
saying just because something is old, it's better, I don't think that's necessarily true. Something just being old is better. But they're different styles of music.
I think it's
They're
never
different.
true. It's
Never?
never true. Yeah, it's never true. Just because it's old, it's better. That's never true.
But what about something that withstands the test of time? Don't
Yeah,
they
I don't think you can
earn-
say it's never true.
It's never true that because it's old, it's better. It is never true that because it's old, it's better. Now, there may be older things that are better than newer things, but just because they're older doesn't make them better. Oh, well, you know, they didn't make any good music after 1970.
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm saying.
Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But getting in those arguments is just, sometimes it can't be avoided, it seems.
But, you know, Green Day is not a new band.
They're not.
No, they've been around for a
They've
while.
been around for decades.
They're old fogies at this point.
That's not a new band.
I used to argue about stuff like this, but I don't anymore. I just, you know, if someone says this band is better than that one, I just go, oh, it doesn't work for me, or I don't care for it, or, you know, yeah, that's it. I'm glad you like a thing. I say more and more these days. I'm glad that you can like a thing.
Yeah.
I don't
It doesn't affect your liking of anything.
I don't understand why anybody likes most of the music in the 80s. I don't.
Shut up, Bill. You want to argue about the 80s? We can argue about the 80s.
I don't get why most of the things that Gina seems to listen to, I don't get why she likes them, but that's fine with me if she wants to listen to them. Just don't foist them on me.
I think we can all agree that neither of these was the best question of the week, because the best question was, Heather may have had the hottest take of the week with her claim that she doesn't like pineapple. Are we taking crazy pills? Do you like pineapple?
How's that poll going?
Okay, this is for those who have just joined us. This is Paul Castronovo down in Miami, a guy we know on the radio, does a morning show, a proper morning show, because they talk about stuff like this.
That made him fabulously wealthy.
Yes. He has a Twitter poll going right now on his radio station, Big 105.9. And that's the question. The poll so far, we have quadrupled his numbers of voting. And so now we're starting to get into some science. I retweeted it earlier.
So did I.
I'll retweet it again if it'll let me.
I will. I'll do it.
Yeah, you retweet it. So far, 103 people voting. So already we've helped him out immensely. And now we're getting into some science numbers. Pineapple is winning. Yes, it's delicious, 76.7%. And nope, I don't care for it, only at 23.1%. That's the best question of the week.
Really
right
is.
There. Yeah. A proper morning show right there.
Send us your best question. Something like that, perhaps. RadioFromHell@x96.com.
Yeah, send us the question, what do you like? Do you like coconut, yes or no? Those are good. Yeah.
Traffic.
Crash at the top of the on-ramp from University Parkway in Orem to go northbound I-15. Cars are on the right shoulder there. Crash westbound I-80 at 5600 West. The left lane is blocked there. I think that's about it. Nobody sent anything in via text. Nope, they're just talking about pineapple there. It's all pineapple all the time. That's
all right.
It's all pineapple these days.
That's all the kids are talking about is pineapple. Yeah. Do we have the candidates?
Yep. Here's boner candidate number 1. This is round 2 coming up in a minute. Number 1, junk mail. Number 2, we can't have Gaga doing that. And number 3, impromptu fertilization.
All right. Round 2 of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. GinaHomie.com, HOMIE.com.
Yeah, they're a tech-based real estate company that want to help you save thousands, and I've been talking about them for a while now, and I'm happy to talk about them now because they're trying to help people stay in their homes during this difficult time. I couldn't be more proud to endorse Homie. Here's what they have going on. Homie is committing up to $100,000 to the United Way by establishing the Homie Fund to assist those impacted by COVID-19 to avoid home foreclosure, pay rent, utility bills, that kind of thing. For every home bought with Homie over the next 90 days, they will donate $500 to this fund. Homie's first priority is to keep our community safe. Homey makes it safe and easy to buy or sell your home. Your dedicated Homey agent can show you a home right now from your couch through a live video chat. How can you learn more? Text GINA, that's Gina, to 88588 to buy or sell with Homey. Stay safe and save thousands.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! We join our elders as they arrive on Vulcan. They hope to find a cure for Lehi, who is suffering from Ponfar.
Vulcan, world of logic, place of pointy-eared people. Here I will seek out my mates and find man who killed parents. Settle down and raise pointy-eared offspring.
Knock it off, Lehi. You aren't a Vulcan. I was hoping you only had the 24-hour type of Ponfar. Dang it. Oh, here comes somebody. Excuse me, sir?
Greetings. You are new to Vulcan?
Hi, I'm Elder Spock, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Spock? He is a legend on Vulcan. You mock us by using his name.
Oh, we mean no disrespect. Lehi here is Spock. I mean, they mind melded and something went wrong. Elder Spock here is suffering from Ponfar.
Ponfar? This is almost illogical. We must meet with T'Pau. She will know how to proceed.
This is Spock? He does not look like Spock. Fascinating. So the great son of Vulcan has sent you as his replacement? Joining will go on as scheduled.
Joining? What joining?
My parents chose my mate when I was 7. We were telepathically linked, and now is the time for us to be wed.
Spock was joined with this woman. You haven't even gone to Snowgroves with her. You can't marry her. Talk about breaking the rules.
We are all gathered. We shall proceed. We are here to complete the joining of Spock and T'Pring. Unless there is anyone here who objects, the ceremony will commence.
Excuse me, T'Pau, ma'am, I have a problem with this.
Only Vulcans are allowed to protest. One more word out of you and I will have you removed from this holy place. Now, shall we begin?
I protest.
T'Pring, no. Why?
I have chosen another to be my mate. I choose Elder Jensen.
But I was to be the one you chose.
A challenge has been made. T'Pring has chosen her companion and is her right. Let the combat to the death begin.
Combat? To the death? Oh, come on, Lehi Spock. You know I can take you in a fair fight. Be logical. Give up now before I have to hurt you. Hey, you cut my Mr. Max suit. Why, they ought to teach this at the MTC.
Oh. We have our victor. Elder Spock shall wed T'Pring.
Excuse me, ma'am, but I don't think I can go through with this. You see, I just killed my companion, and we're way out of our sector. My zone leader won't be happy at all. I really should be going.
And I will be free to take Ston as my husband.
Is this the end of Butch? Will Zone Leader Hansen really be upset at Lehi for killing his companion? Will Spock show any emotion when he finds out that his fiancée has married another? Tune into our next episode to hear Butch say...
Hey, man, be careful. Do you have to drag my body all over every rock?
Butch, you're alive!
Shh, keep it down. I faked my death so I wouldn't have to kill you. I'm glad to see you're back to being your old self.
I didn't kill you. I didn't. I don't remember much of anything about the past week, though.
Look, just drag me back to my hyperbike and I'll tell you all about it.
Well, we left the quadrant. What's Zone Leader Hansen gonna say?
Well, maybe we just won't tell him.
Well, that would be the logical thing to do.
Huh?
On the next finger-crossing episode of Space Elders!
right. 8:20 right now. It is time for round 2 of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories that are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. And you will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. But we'll take both of these winners and put them against each other. You will decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning with boner fights. Right now, you're picking the champion for round 2. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. And once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. And one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
You can win things during a pandemic, like the Radio from Hell boner t-shirt that Katie is showing you right now at x96.com/live.
Boner candidate number 1, junk mail. Some Americans may be unwittingly throwing away their long-awaited stimulus payments in the trash. That's because starting last week, the Treasury Department and the IRS started sending out economic impact payments in regular white envelopes that could be confused for junk mail. Now, while some people have already received their payments as direct deposits or paper checks in the mail, almost 4 million people, including those for whom the agency does not have a bank account on file, will be getting their stimulus payments in the form of a prepaid debit card. Only problem is, debit cards come in envelopes that say Money Network Cardholder Services, and they don't bear any federal markings. That has prompted some recipients to complain it looks too much like an unwanted credit card offer, and leading some of them to accidentally throw the cards, which could contain as much as $3,400 for a family of 4, into the trash. I had not heard of this, but I just got my COVID stimulus money via a debit card. I was very suspicious at first because I knew nothing about this, but I researched it, and it's legit. This thing actually has money on it. So people are either mistaking it for junk mail or a scam. And I'm calling... I was tempted to say you're a boner candidate for throwing it away, but I'm calling... bad design, not thought through. Don't,
because you get sent fake credit card, your name here. And I get those things. I throw them away.
It's so I still think it's fine if they're sending out debit cards for the stimulus money, but they should have done something to really carefully delineate it from the kind of. But my guess is that a lot of the people working on it, they don't know what junk mail is because they just don't get it.
Could be.
Boner candidate number 1, junk mail. Boner candidate number 2, I love this story. We can't have Gaga doing that. Lady Gaga has a new album. It's called Chromatica. Comes out today. So she is deep into the process of promoting it. She did so with a post on Instagram, which gave the impression that she, Lady Gaga, was personally delivering physical copies of the record to stores. She shared photos of herself in a big Chromatica-branded truck, and she wrote, delivering #Chromatica myself to every retailer around the world. In Chromatica, time and distance do not matter, she wrote. It's doubtful that Lady Gaga truly drove that truck all over the planet or personally delivered any copies of that album at all. But that didn't stop her fans from submitting complaints about Lady Gaga's delivery practices to FedEx. A fan tweeted one of Gaga's photos at the FedEx account on Twitter and wrote, "This woman almost hit me while driving down my block delivering packages for you. I wrote her plates down just in time. Please do something immediately." Well, okay, so people are having fun with it.
Yeah.
However, a representative from FedEx responded, writing, "I'm sorry to hear of this incident. Please DM as much information as possible. Name, address, phone number, email address, truck number, and if it was a FedEx Express, ground, or home delivery truck, so that I can report this to the appropriate station."
They didn't read through it. They just saw it was a complaint.
I don't know. It may have been a bot answering the complaint. I don't know. But we can't have Gaga delivering packages around the world.
We'll fire her from FedEx.
Boner candidate number 2. Actually, several people responded, sent messages to FedEx in a joking way, and a lot of them got back saying, "We've been hearing about this, and we're very sorry. We're investigating." Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, impromptu fertilization.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by...
The Gateway wants to welcome you back. Whether you're shopping, dining, or strolling, you'll find increased cleaning protocols, safely spaced seating, and dedicated pathways to keep you safe. Visit atthegateway.com to learn more. That's atthegateway.com.
Tragedy.
Oh?
He was one of a kind, an original. He will be missed. One of our precious, precious celebrities was 77 years old, Anthony James.
I don't know Anthony James.
Look up Anthony James, and you will know who he is.
You've
An
seen
actor
him.
best known...
You've seen him.
Yeah.
Okay.
An actor best known for his work in the Oscar-winning films In the Heat of the Night and Unforgiven. He died on May 26th of cancer. He was 77. He was 18. When he was 18, he and his mother moved to Los Angeles so that he could pursue acting. That's what he wanted to do. He cleaned houses, and his mother cleaned houses, and he cleaned the bathrooms in order to make ends meet and pay for acting classes. He broke into the industry as Ralph, a hateful diner employee in the 1967 film about racism, In the Heat of the Night. And if you remember, that scene is very memorable, and he's very good in it because he's just an awful bastard.
Yeah. And he played a lot of bad guys in TV shows.
He had a very rough, pockmarked face. He was lean and stringy. He had greasy dark hair, and he was always edgy, and he got a lot of work. He was often cast as the bad guy. He
Okay.
was in just tons of stuff. So did you look him up, Gina?
Yeah, he looks familiar.
Yeah, you should know him. His last film was a great Clint Eastwood movie, 1992, Unforgiven, in which he played brothel owner Skinny Dubois. And that film won Best Picture, just like the first movie he ever appeared in the Heat of the Night.
Wow.
That movie won Best Picture
First
as well.
and last.
Yeah. Boy, speaking of Alex Trebek, some people, this is in the British press, the Daily Mail. Somebody took some pictures of Alex out dumping the trash. And they say, Jeopardy host Alex Trebek almost unrecognizable when he was spotted outside his home and his battle with pancreatic cancer. Well, part of the reason he looks so horrible is that he's not wearing his suit. And he's,
But he has a Jeopardy T-shirt on, so you know.
He's wearing a baggy T-shirt and baggy pants, and doesn't have his TV makeup on, and so he looks like an old man dumping the trash. I think Alex is going to pull through. Dozens of American flags were posted outside the Ogden Police Department early today. The group Follow the Flag posted the flags in honor of a slain Ogden police officer. Quote, "We had texts and messages blowing up on our Facebook," said Rob Clark with Follow the Flag, asking that what are we going to do? Could we put up flags? And so they did. The young officer was killed yesterday around noon when he and other officers responded to domestic violence situation on the 300 block of Jackson Avenue. Shots from inside the home exited through the front door, hit the officers, killing one of them, wounding another. Now neighbors are talking about what this whole incident was like. They watched this police shootout unfold in the middle of the day here. For people at home around lunchtime, the sudden succession of shots echoing through the streets was just shocking. I heard somebody yelling, "No, no, no," recounted Jeff Goodfellow, and then you probably heard 30 or 40 shots go off consecutively. There were lots of people home in quarantine, home because of pandemic, and they said that a lot of people watched it from their front windows and porches, and really a horrible thing. Now, I haven't released the names of the officer yet, or of the guy who was killed.
He was apparently a rookie.
Yeah, he'd only 15 months, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't make this a boner candidate because it's unsubstantiated at this point, but a disturbing comment on a Facebook page for Channel 4 is under investigation by local law enforcement. The comment was made in regards to protests in Utah planned this weekend after a 46-year-old black man, George Floyd, was killed while in Minneapolis police custody. Two protests are planned for Saturday, one in Salt Lake, the other in Ogden. And the ABC4, Channel 4 poll said, will you be attending either of them? Well, one commenter on that Facebook post said, one less black person off the streets.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And there was immediate outrage to the comments. Before long, the Facebook page was deleted, as were the comments on the ABC4 Facebook page. Internet sleuths found the woman's last name matched the last name of an officer within the Kaysville Police Department.
Oh.
Well, now, but see, it's unsubstantiated. I don't even know if I should have said that part, but it is in the Channel 4 report. Channel 4 spoke with Kaysville Police, and they confirmed that they had opened an investigation on the matter, but said that the officer and his wife strongly denied the allegation and said that they were looking into somebody hijacking their account.
Oh, yeah, really?
So we'll see. Well, we'll see. Let's see. I mentioned this earlier. There's surveillance video of George Floyd, the man who was killed in Minneapolis, where he was being arrested initially, and there is no sign that he was in any way non-compliant with the police officers who were arresting him. He was docile, didn't put up any kind of struggle, and Mitch McConnell.
Oh boy.
Well, you ought to read this story. I'll tell you about it real quickly. But the New Republican Lincoln Project. These are people who are opposed
George
to
Conway.
Republicans who can't stand the thought of Trump being another 4 years in office. They've done a 60-second spot about Mitch McConnell, featuring several shots of McConnell's signature cat who swallowed the canary smile, while
so
noting
creepy.
that
He's just gross.
while noting that he has made tens of millions of dollars since first winning his Senate seat in 1984, when he didn't have much money to begin with. McConnell, seeking his 7th term in November, has, quote, spent most of his time making deals for himself, not so much for Kentucky, the spot says. Kentucky ranks 40th in job opportunity in the nation, 45th in education, 43rd in health care, the ad says. After 35 years, Kentuckians are still waiting for the kind of opportunities that Mitch has worked so hard to give himself. And it is true, he started out, he was not a wealthy man when he started. He has started in the Senate.
So how would that happen that he becomes wealthy while he's in the Senate?
Well, he knows he got to know the right people, didn't he?
That's right.
Yeah. And a black bear roaming around a Florida city proved no match for donuts.
Well,
the Fort Myers News Press reports that the 250-pound bear spent a good chunk of Tuesday morning meandering around Fort Myers, Florida. Wildlife officials say bears tend to move in the spring in search of mates and, as always, food. This is a congested area, by the way, Fort Myers. There's lots of cars and traffic and shops and places like that. But the bear didn't care about any of that. He is wandering around the streets of Florida looking for food and looking for a mate. They lured him to a humane trap with glazed donuts. You throw a donut down in front of him, he eats the donut. You throw another, you move a little ways away, throw another donut down. He comes up, eats the donut. Well, wouldn't you?
Bears, so like us.
Yep.
All right. Sports weather traffic.
Woohoo! Lucky's Auto Credit, 77 cents in a job, get you a car. That's awesome. They'll front the tax, title, license, 77 cents total to drive away today. Apply online at luckysautocredit.com. Woohoo! Well, the National Women's Soccer League is preparing to become the first North American sports league to return amid the coronavirus pandemic, and they're doing it right here in Utah. And 15 physician task force has been hired to look into the health and safety as it prepares for the Challenge Cup starting in Utah on June 27th. They're going to be testing both for active COVID virus and antibody testing for all of the players. The league has given the players a choice of whether they can play or not, they want to play or not, and they're going to be paid regardless. So if they're a player that doesn't feel comfortable traveling and doing it, they'll still get paid. The players will be kept in the athlete village. This is where the Royals and the Monarchs are out in Harriman.
Now, wait, these are again, these are not just players for the Royals.
No, it's a tournament with all of the women's teams. 230 players and support staff will be housed out in Harriman.
No spectators, live spectators?
Nope, but they will be televising the games that you can watch. So that's sports. Weather. Hottest day of the year today, 96 expected as a high, and tomorrow much of the same, and for the next 4 or 5 days we're going to be hovering in the 90s.
Wait a minute. How do you know it's going to be the hottest day of the year? We've still got lots of days to come in this year. How do you know?
So far, to this point.
Oh, you didn't say that.
It will.
You didn't say that.
Probably tomorrow will actually be hotter than today.
Okay, you got to be specific with me. You know that.
Injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to UtahAdvocates.com. Traffic, we've got a crash reported on I-84 westbound leaving Mountain Green. There are delays in the area. Allow extra time if you're traveling into Ogden from Mountain Green. Crash at the top of the on-ramp from University Parkway in Orem to go northbound I-15. Cars are on the right shoulder there. And I think that's about it. Yeah, if you see something, please text it to us, and I'll pass it along to friends of the program, 33986. Scott Hale offering a $39 AC tune-up with a free leak check. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
All right, here we go. Boner candidate number 3, which is right there. It is impromptu fertilization. An Australian jogger redefined the morning constitutional after publicly defecating in a Melbourne community garden, as captured on security cam footage posted on Twitter by an irate citizen. To top my crap morning off, some dirty bastard pooped on our freshly planted vegetable garden. Read the tweet posted on Wednesday by the perturbed horticulturist. Indeed, the disgusting 50-second clip showed the crude runner setting down his drink and then nonchalantly dropping trow and crouching and relieving himself in the neighborhood garden. The tweeter found this impromptu fertilization particularly heinous because after he was done, he didn't wash his hands. And there was a public toilet just across the street. I think that this jogger was just trying to do the community a service by a little impromptu fertilization. This garden looks like it's in need of some help. Boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, junk mail. People are accidentally throwing out their stimulus payments because they look like junk mail. I think there's a design flaw there. Boner candidate number 2, well, we can't have Gaga doing that. FedEx seriously responding to joke complaints that Lady Gaga is delivering her new album in a truck to people around the world. And Boner candidate number 3, impromptu fertilization.
Okay, here we go. You've got to decide, of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight? possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it's the winner of round 2. Sure, not boner of the day yet. It'll have to go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. But we'll take both of the winners and we'll put them against each other. At 9:20 this morning is when you will decide boner of the day with Boner Fight. Right now you're picking the champion for round 2. Here we go. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, look for the box that says Boner Voting May 29, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. All right, you have until the end of these messages to do it. This is round 2.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we join our elders as they are about to encounter the Borg for the 2nd time.
Man, these Borg ships sure are sparsely decorated and poorly lit.
Well, I sure hope we get to spend more time with the Borg this time. I mean, last time we didn't even get to the first discussion.
I am 5 of 7. I am here to show you the way.
Hey, that's why we're here too.
Hello, Mr. 5 of 7. We met your cousin 3 of 7 last time. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know.
The Mormons. Yes, your exploits are known throughout the collective.
Hey, Lehigh, we're famous, huh?
All Borg are one. Whatever one experiences becomes available to all.
Well, that would speed up fast and testimony meetings. Say, where are you taking us?
To her chambers. She is expecting you.
I don't like the sound of that.
Welcome, elders. I have been anticipating your arrival.
Hi, ma'am. I'm Lehigh, and he's Butch.
Hi.
I have wonderful plans for you boys. Together we will rule over the perfect Borg galaxy.
Well, I hope this can wait until after our mission is over.
Ma'am, who exactly are you, and why do you have plans for us?
I am the Borg.
Well, I thought they were the Borg.
They are, and I am. And once we assimilate you two, you will be Borg as well.
Oh, I get it. He's a Borg, she's a Borg. Everywhere a Borg, old MacDonald had a Borg.
Knock it off, Butch. We better come up with a plan quick or we're going to be assimilated.
Okay, Ms. Borg, tell you what. I'll give you my new fender flares and the luggage rack off of Lehigh's bike, and we'll just be on our way.
You will look cute in black rubber suits, and I have picked out some special prosthetic parts for each of you. Soon you will be my lieutenants, my consorts, my special friends. Together we will assimilate the Federation, then the Romulans, then the Cardassians, and then whoever else we can find. And we will have fun doing it. Hook them to the assimilator.
Hey, come on, let us go!
Nothing like the assimilation of new young men to make one forget about how Locutus left me without saying goodbye.
Something is wrong. The assimilation process has failed. They have already been assimilated by a stronger force than the Borg.
Quick, shut down the machinery. The feedback could contaminate the collective. What have you done to my beloved collective?
Well, once you hooked us up to that gizmo over there, all of our experiences were spread throughout the entire Borg race.
Lehigh and I were able to bear our testimonies to more than 7 billion beings at one time.
It was kind of like General Conference, except without the crying babies and the old people going to sleep.
Yeah.
We not only got to give the first discussion to the Borg, but to pretty much teach the whole gospel to all of them at once. Could it be? Have the Borg finally met their match? Could Butch and Lehigh be immune to the assimilation process? Tune in next time to hear the Borg say...
I am Elder 5 of 7, and this is my companion 4 of 9.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Do you know the Mormons?
No, you've turned the most feared race in the galaxy into a bunch of jello-loving, suburban-driving moral goody-goodies.
Well, you think that people were afraid of you before. Wait until you start approaching planets now. Man, I'd hate to play word ball against these guys.
I think our work here is done. Hey, can we count all 7 billion as converts?
Well, technically, we didn't baptize them. We'll have to check with Zone Leader Hansen just to be sure.
What about me? I was queen. I was the most powerful being in the galaxy, ruler of an entire race of warriors. What am I supposed to do now?
Well, I guess you are now the most powerful Relief Society president in the galaxy. Congratulations. Gotta go.
Bye-bye, sister.
On the next artificial limb-attaching episode of Space Elders!
Okay, it's 8:47. Time to award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by hot dogs.
And invest in you with visual freedom from glasses or contacts. Visit Wait Vision in Lehigh or waitvision.com. That's WAITE vision.com.
Boner candidate number 1, junk mail. I think this is mainly a design flaw. That's where the boner lies. People are mistaking their stimulus payments that are coming now in the form of some debit cards. They're mistaking them for junk mail and throwing them in the trash, and there could be quite a lot of money on those cards. Boner candidate number 2, well, we can't have Gaga doing that. FedEx, not realizing that it's a joke, responding to complaints about Lady Gaga in a truck delivering copies of her new album around the world. She's not qualified. And boner candidate number 3, impromptu fertilization. In Australia, a jogger caught on camera taking a poo in the community garden. Laura won a boner T-shirt, and the winner, boner candidate number 1, junk mail.
There you go. That is the winner of round 2. It goes to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day. Depends on how well it does against the winner of round 1's voting. We'll find out at 9:20 when you choose the winner of Boner of the Day with Boner Fight. All right, I think we have Mayor Jenny Wilson on the phone.
Mayor Wilson.
Yes, are you there?
Hi.
Hi,
Hi,
Salt Lake.
good morning.
So, good morning. Salt Lake County Mayor Jenny Wilson with us on the phone to just let's talk about what the hell's going on this week in coronavirus. I was just reading a story about a California county that reopened. Lassen County of 30,000 people, Northern California, opened up, and now it's closing everything down again because of spikes in numbers. How are we doing in Salt Lake County?
Well, I would say we continue to be flat generally. You can actually go to our dashboard and look at cases per city now, which is great. Some areas of our county, low numbers. Luckily, our canyons don't have any cases. But we know that the virus is still a threat, that it still is spreading when people come in contact with others who are positive. And so we're just doubling down at the county to do stronger case tracing. And, there's a big differential between one community and the next. We all live and move throughout the county, though, and therefore need to remain vigilant.
There is some thought that if we are very, very, very strong in testing and contact tracing, that we can really get a handle on problem areas. Is Salt Lake County stepping all of that up?
Yeah, it's interesting. We actually have a 3-hour planning meeting with the state of Utah today on that very subject. The state has been the lead on testing. our county has been the lead here in Salt Lake County on contact tracing. I don't know exactly how it's done in other counties, but we do have that very coordinated effort with the state health department. So we're having a joint strategy session to see sort of a gap analysis, to go through and say, where are we missing? And it is tricky in that we have such a large population in this county, and we have a lot of different, we live in different ways here. And we, in some areas, have people that live, more people in an apartment than in other places. We have refugee populations that tend to be larger families as they come into this country and often don't have the luxury of, having a single bedroom for the kids and that type of thing. So we're really trying to understand better those challenges and connect more directly with communities where we see spread and some challenges.
How do you? It must be really difficult to reach out to those people in the marginalized communities and the refugee communities, and how does the county do that? Were you guys using the National Guard in some respect to do that?
No, what we did is, day one, early March, we actually shifted our operational structure, and it allowed us to expand really quickly. We moved into what's called Unified Command. We have a full team. So we immediately had a network to our emergency management partners throughout the county. Health department was at my side throughout and continues to be. And we have just staffed up where we could. We have a diversity and inclusion office. We have an office that's focused on new Americans. We've worked with those offices as well as just expanding staffing and really working where we can with our community partners, with our chambers that represent people of color, with our community groups, our associations. And we did a tremendous amount early with our quarantine and isolation centers that allowed us to separate our homeless population, and we've seen a lot of success there. Interventions at the jail that have been successful. So we have been on it, and now it is very tricky. I mean, we speak so many different languages in sections of Salt Lake County that getting people who are trusted in those communities and speak the language in with the health workers. And it's something else. It's a challenge, and we are on it, and our cities are partnering with us, cities that have some challenges in terms of hotspots and higher rates.
Salt Lake County Mayor Jenny Wilson, Salt Lake City still having a lot of problems, and I think Gina said there was a spike in cases in Salt Lake City proper. Is that correct?
Well, we see, it's interesting, if you look at the data, I was feeling really great over the weekend when everybody was sort of taking some time off because the numbers were declining. Well, in fact, they were not. It was just the testing capacity was less over the long weekend. So we saw a big spike yesterday, but it is under 100. So we haven't had over 100 cases in weeks, which is great. Some of it's our testing capability, but we're relatively flat throughout the county as a whole. You do see, when there's unfortunately an outbreak in a senior center or a specific area, you're going to see just, an additional 3 or 4 cases spike the rate up. Now, remember, we've come a long way as a whole, so we're now mitigating lower cases. Every case is a concern because it's a health risk, right? We know that 10% or so end up in the hospital. Our mortality rate is around about 1.5 per 100,000, but it is it's hard for us to kind of, on a day-to-day basis, have a really good sense of what happens that day. So we average it all out over 7 days, 14 days, and work on modeling, if that makes sense.
Is there still a help out there for businesses that have had to close down or severely restrict their operations? Is there any financial help out there from the county?
We, about 2 or 3 weeks in, created an economic recovery team of senior leaders at Salt Lake County, but also community members who have some experience on the economic development side. And we're going to announce a big program next week, a little teaser for you guys. But we are going to, we're going to be supporting businesses that were required to close with some assistance. And I'm probably going to get my hand slapped when I get into the team this morning for announcing it on your show. But we are working right now on the final details of providing some support to the barbers, the restaurants that had to close, and anybody who was forced to close due to our actions at Salt Lake County.
That's good news. Thank you.
Jenny, let us know, Mayor Wilson, I should say, let us know the details when you can of that program. And thanks for talking with us. We'll talk to you next week.
All right.
Sounds good. Have a
Thank
good
you,
weekend.
Mayor.
See ya.
All right. We'll talk to you later. We will take a break now. We will be back with Boner Fight. Stand by for that. And Jane Bruce, Broadway actress. Going to be talking with her after the break. KXRK Provo. All right.
Music Festival of the Summer, featuring 21...
Here's what Bill Allred is thinking when he's not on the air.
Gotta think up some new features for Radio from Hell. Spice the show up. Maybe we could do a top 10 list. Now, every morning show has ripped that idea off from Letterman. What about bringing back that character I used to do? PBA bowling champ Wayne Zahn. God, no. That was stupid then, and it'd be stupid now. What about a character who can read minds or predict the future? No, that's too much like Karnak. Double time checks might make things sound snappier. It's 7:27, 27 minutes after 7. Geez, that's stupid. God, I just know I'm going to be thinking about this all day.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is thinking when he's not on the air.
Oh, we gotta start working on this new Space Elders bit for this fall. And maybe we should call it Elders in Space. No, that's too much like pigs in space. Space Elders, that's it. Man, it's going to take a lot of production, music, and sound effects. Good acting jobs by Bill and Chunga, which is next to impossible. Maybe I'll ask the janitor to do a role, even he'd be better than those guys. Man, this Space Elders is going to take a lot of work, but it's really going to spice up the show when we get it going. Man, I'm going to be thinking about this all day.
Here's what Jimmy Chunga is thinking when he's not on the air.
Pudding, chocolate pudding, vanilla pudding, butterscotch pudding, rice pudding, tapioca. Oh man, I love pudding. Jello pudding pops, chocolate and vanilla pudding swirled together. Oh, pudding. P-U-D U-D-I D. Oh, pudding. I'd kill everyone in this room for one spoonful of sweet pudding.
God. God. Spell it with me now. G-O-D. Like you wouldn't know that already. Anyway, we'll use the word God in a bit of conversation between our two Utah buddies, LeVar and LeGrand. The boys are at Lagoon attending LeGrand Ardun's family reunion. Again, the word is God.
Glad you could come to Lagoon for my family reunion, LeVar.
Well, it's nice of you to invite me, LeGrand. I don't have no family of my own. Come to think of it, I don't have a last name. The Dunn clan sure is numerous, though.
Well, it's fine old polygamous stock, LeVar.
Your granddad had more than one wife?
10. That ain't nothing. My actual dad, He had 3 wives, too.
Well, how come you never had more than one wife?
Well, I tried, believe me, I tried. I wanted to marry more girls than Midge, but I just couldn't seem to interest none of them. Besides, Midge said she wasn't really for it. Said there wasn't enough man in me to go around, whatever that means.
Hey, listen, which ride you want to go on before the kids find us again?
Well, let's go on the Sky Ride from the north end of the park so as we can look down to Bountiful. I want to see if I can see the new temple up on the hill there.
You can see it for a long ways. I was driving down from Ogden, up there cruising for stuff at the DI. You know, that's a really good DI up there. Anywho, you can see that Bountiful Temple from Cherry Hill on the old highway, but then you lose sight of it when you drop down here by Lagoon.
Well, I've actually drove up to it. Drove around that temple and such.
And how'd you get there?
Just drove down I-15 and then got off at the Bountiful exit and then headed east.
Just got off at the main Bountiful exit, huh?
Yep. Hey, you know what I need right now?
What's that?
Need me a slush puppy. It's god awful hot out of here all of a sudden.
Sure has. And nothing will cool you off like a slush puppy.
They got all the flavors?
Yep, they got the blue, the red flavor, the green flavor, and the most cooling flavor of them all. Yeller.
Got 'em all, huh?
Got 'em all. Spine. Spell it with me now. S-P-I-N-E. Spine. And now we'll use it in some dialogue, featuring our 2 Utah men, LeVar and LeGrand. Elder LeGrand Ardun Jr. has called his friend LeVar with worries on his mind. Never fails. It's always during my favorite show. Yellow.
LeVar?
Yeah.
It's LeGrand.
LeGrand, how's it going?
I'm a worried man, LeVar. I don't know what to do. It's about Midge.
Well, how is the lovely Mrs. Dunn LeGrand?
Well, LeVar, she ain't herself these days.
What do you mean she ain't herself? Well, who is she then?
Well, she's Midge, but she's not Midge.
Huh?
Well, first off, she's been losing weight, LeVar. She may have knocked off close to 100 pounds. She had to go out and buy a whole new set of moo-moos. And they're designer moo-moos, too. The Don Ho collection.
Well, that is odd, LeGrand.
And she started to wear makeup again.
Huh?
She hasn't worn makeup since we got married, LeVar. A woman with 16 kids doesn't have any place wearing makeup, LeVar.
That is strange.
And it's not even New Skin or Mary Kay, LeVar. It's that kind of makeup that Claudia Schifter wears.
Anything else?
Well, she covered up the I Heart Family Home Evening bumper sticker on the back of the Suburban with one that says, "Mean people suck."
Something is definitely up, LeGrand.
I know. So, I've been kind of trying to track down her whereabouts to see what's up.
You mean you've been spying on Midge?
Well, I wouldn't call it spying exactly. Just keeping tabs, you know, like waiting down the street from the house and then following her car.
Spying. That's what that is, LeGrand. Spying. Well, did you find out anything?
Well, when she said she was going to Relief Society, I followed her, and she ended up at the Deseret Gym. I think she may be working out, LeVar.
Well, mayhaps she's just trying to get in shape and improve her quality of life. Mayhaps she's tired of being as big as a Winnebago.
She's the mother of all my 16 kids, LeVar. She's not supposed to improve her quality of life. Her role as my spiritual partner is to improve my quality of life.
You find out anything else when you was spying on her?
Well, yesterday I caught her waxing her legs, shaving her armpit hair.
The hell you say? We got big trouble, LeGrand. I'm gonna jump in the truck and be right over. That is, if the truck will start. You know, she might be trying to become a feminist or something worse. She hasn't said anything about, taking night classes or the like, has she?
No. What are we gonna do, LeVar?
Well, we're gonna keep spying on her, LeGrand. Let's just hope that we don't find out that she's going to the symphony or the ballet or nothing like that. Tell you what, though, if we do, you pack them kids up in that Suburban and you ski-daddle out of there.
Ellington singing that song.
Even that is like who? Even that is old.
Oingo Boingo, and Because on This Day.
Danny Elfman was born on this day in 1953.
All right. Let's see now. We have on the phone Jane Bruce, who was a Broadway actress.
Sounds like an actor's name. Jane. I'm Jane Bruce. Hi, Jane.
Hi, how are you guys?
We're well, thank you. And I guess you could be better because you'd gotten a break in a Broadway show, and you were on stage and doing it, and now you're back in.
Yep, my dreams had finally come true, only to be paused.
Let's talk a little bit about the Jane Bruce story. You're from Ogden, is that right?
Yep. Went to Ogden High and kind of always knew I wanted to be on the Great White Way, and like a crazy theater kid in my like crazy sequined outfits and everything. And went to University of Michigan for musical theater and moved to the city about 7 years ago. So just have been chugging away.
Kicking around, doing audition after audition after audition in New York City, and probably doing some shows, right? Doing some off-Broadway and off-Broadway stuff?
Yeah, definitely. I was very fortunate that in my time, in that long stretch of time, I worked really frequently doing shows regionally and national tours and, like you said, off-Broadway and everything. So, and I was lucky to be a part of the world premiere of Jagged Little Pill at ART, which was really great to do.
The Alanis Morissette musical.
Yes.
How is that set up? So obviously using her music, but what's the storyline associated with it?
Yeah, it's really cool because it's all an original story. So Diablo Cody, who wrote the book, she was the screenwriter for Juno and United States of Tara, and she's just really, really an amazing writer. And she kind of pulled an original story from the lyrics of the song, but then was also something that Alanis felt still very connected to in terms of the message. So it's definitely a story that has a lot of characters who are all struggling with different issues and kind of coming to terms with having to face the realities of their choices. And it centers around a family in Connecticut, the Healy's, who all kind of have things going on that they're not really facing. They're kind of trying to live in that perfect bubble of family happiness. And it's really beautiful. I think people think of Alanis' music as sometimes they're only really, the only thing they know are like ironic and You Gotta Know. And there's so much more in all of her lyrics that's so powerful. So it's definitely a show that has some strong messages, and more than anything, it's just about human vulnerability and healing, I think, which is
we're talking to Jane Bruce,
cool.
who's an actor. She's from Ogden, went to New York to seek her fortune as an actor, And
as you
got
once did, Bill.
Yes, I did. I did. And I'm an Ogden boy, and I went to New York to seek my fortune at one time as an actor as well. So you get into Jagged Little Pill, and it opens in New York. When was the opening night?
December 5th. I think
Okay.
there were like 30 people from Ogden that came out that weekend too. It was pretty amazing.
So you had how many performances before the theaters were closed down in New York?
Oh goodness, I don't know. Whatever 8 times. Let's see, we did it 8 times a week, and however many weeks before March 11th.
So it was March 11th. So you'd been doing it for a number of performances. The reviews were good, I take it. I seem to remember reading some reviews that liked the show pretty well.
Yeah, it was. We were just kind of getting into the swing of things, and getting ready to come out of kind of the slight slowness of the right after the holidays, and and it was. I think we kind of could sense that it was coming for the week and a half or so before everything shut down. But there's just no way you can really fathom the severity and the intensity of what has happened in New York. So
I had some friends who
definitely grateful.
Who lived in New York, and they were in theater for many years and lived in New York they've just recently retired to Tucson, Arizona, but they were in New York visiting their daughter when this all happened, because their daughter still lives there, and she's in the box office guild or whatever it's called, and she does box office at Lincoln Center. So they were there in New York, and it was the day they closed down the theaters, March 11th.
Oh.
And my friend Jerry said, we were at the museum, and my phone started buzzing. And I looked at it, and it said the theaters, they've announced they're closing the Broadway theaters. And he said there'd been a creepy feeling in town anyway. They'd been there about a week visiting their daughter. And they said then they saw the theaters were closing down, and he said everything just changed in a second. It was just so weird.
Yeah, it was completely wild. And I stayed in the city for that weekend, and then I kind of got, so that was right when they were talking about closing the borders, and I just wasn't really sure what was going to happen with full travel. So I made the decision to fly back to Utah, I think that Monday after everything shut down, and, packed a tiny suitcase with a couple pairs of pants, thinking like, I'll be home for a couple weeks, and now I'm still here. So
Any thought that the show might open again? Do they talk about that?
Our producers are very hopeful. They've really continued to let us know that, they're very optimistic that, this is just a pause, and that we will come back, and that when we come back, we'll be the kind of show that people, will want to see, something that is, entertaining and powerful and, leaves a good message with you,
Well, I just did a show with the Ziegfeld Theater up in Ogden, and when they open back up, maybe there'll be some work there for you.
I know. I mean, I got my start doing so many things at the Terrace Plaza Playhouse. It would be, who knows?
I know.
Master classes. I'm trying to get my, my teaching happening again on all these Zoom things, trying to balance out the unemployment in whatever way I can.
Jane Bruce, we've got to take a break, but nice talking to you, and I hope
great
Jagged
talking to you.
I hope Jagged Little Pill opens again, and you're back on the Great White Way.
It'll
happen.
happen.
Thank you. I'm sure it will be. I'm happy for my little interlude in the mountains in the meantime.
All right. Thanks for talking with us.
Thank you, Jane.
Thanks, Jane.
Of course, sure thing. Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
We'll take a break. We'll be back with boner fights and a reasonable amount of news coming up. Right now, the state of Utah wants to remind you that you're voting by mail.
Yeah, you are. You bet you are. You damn well better vote by mail.
We're lucky that we have this.
The primary election is coming up on June 30th. There's a deadline to make sure that you're registered and everything is shipshape so that you can be sent a ballot in time to vote. And that's going to be the only way you will be able to vote in the primary, is via mail. That may extend to the November election. I don't know. In the past, we have mail-in voting, but for the general elections. But they've also opened some polling places. I don't know if that's going to happen this year. So go to vote.utah.gov and check your status. It's easy to do. And you have to make sure that you are registered so that you can get a ballot to vote in the primary. Go to vote.utah.gov.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find our elders rendezvousing with Zone Leader Hansen on some distant planet in the BFE sector. Hey, Butch, what you got there?
Oh, it's a care package from my folks. You know, my mom means well, but she just doesn't understand the physics involved in sending stuff from home.
Well, what you mean?
Well, the cookies she sent are fine. They're hard as a rock, just the way I remember them. It's the lime jello with shredded carrots in it that causes problems. You know, even in Tupperware, this stuff goes bad after a week in hyperspace. Missionaries who have eaten this stuff have been known to develop a form of space madness.
Wow. Oh, look, here comes Zone Leader Hansen right now.
I have discovered the most incredible object. It allows us to view any period in the history of any planet. We can research early church history. This discovery will allow me to get reassigned back to Earth and leave you two losers far behind.
Right. Glad to hear it. What's that have to do with us?
Since you weren't having much luck in the field, I figured that you wouldn't mind watching my discovery while I go back to Starbase 182 and file my report. Hey, are you eating while I'm talking to you? Give me that.
Sorry.
Say, green jello with carrot shavings. I haven't had this since I left home.
But sir, I think you ought to know that...
Quietly, High. He's eating.
Shut up, the both of you right now. This jello tastes funny.
He's gone mad. He's got space madness. We better go after him.
Okay. Hey, what's that thing right there?
You mean that natural arch that seems to be showing the History Channel?
Yeah, that thing. What is it?
I believe that who is it would be a more appropriate question.
Is that you that said that, Butch?
No. It must have been the natural arch over there. Okay, I'll play. Who are you, and what have you done with Zone Leader Hansen?
I am the guardian of forever. Hansen has entered through me into your world's past.
Entered through you?
Well, I guess we can get back to tracking now, huh, Lehigh?
No, we most certainly can't.
Huh?
We need to get Zone Leader Hansen back and cure his jello-induced space madness.
Come on now, Lehigh. He was a little weird before my mom's jello. Are we sure he's sick?
Where in our world's history is Hansen now, Guardian?
He was asking questions about Mormon history and about lime jello in particular. He entered as I was showing him the Relief Society meeting where sisters first began to experiment with lime jello.
Well, if he disturbs that meeting, the timeline of church history could be permanently changed. Let's go, Butch. Whoa! Will Zone Leader Hansen change church history? Can Butch and Lehigh get him to go before he does? Will the Relief Society let Hansen anywhere near their test kitchen? Tune in next time to hear Relief Society President Mulestein say,
I'm at a loss, sisters. We've tried shredded beets, cauliflower, radishes, eggplant, zucchini, and rutabaga. Nothing seems to go with this new lime jello stuff.
Excuse me, sister. I think we can help.
I don't think we should go against the Prime Directive, Bush.
How did you get in here? One wrong move and you'll see the business end of my skillet. Just like the last kid who wandered in here and tried to tell us how to conduct our business.
Other kid? Oh, hey, it's Zone Leader Hansen. She's knocked him out cold.
Nice going, ma'am. Wish I'd have been here to see it. Tell you what, we'll get him out of your way and you can go back to doing what you were doing. Oh, yeah, and you might want to try shredded carrots.
I warned you about meddling.
She's got a skillet. Run for it. Run. On the next liposuctioning episode of Space Elders!
It is 9:21 right now as we broadcast live from our homes, which is why occasionally you'll hear a dog bark and stuff like that. Sorry.
I let mine in. She was barking outside.
But as long as we're doing this from our homes, these shows will go to 11. Maybe that's not a rule anymore, though. I'm hearing that we may still be
Go to
doing our
noon?
shows. Yeah,
We're going to go to noon? Is that...
We
Great.
may still be doing our shows from home, but maybe only till 10. Maybe. It's
What?
being
I
talked
didn't hear
about.
that. Nobody.
like
Who
that.
talked about that?
I'm against it.
It's being talked about.
I'm
We'll
against
see.
it.
We'll know more next week.
I want to go to hell noon.
All right. Well, we'll put that in the
Bill
hopper
can do
as
his
well.
own show till noon.
Okay.
All right. Let's. We do have Boner Fight coming up here in about 6, 7 minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by.
Iconoclad has a variety of washable and filtered masks for adults and children. Shop online with shipping, iconoclad.com, or their walk-up window, 4th East, 3rd South in Salt Lake.
What's the price of a soul? Well, according to Grimes, you know, the mother of Elon Musk's first child, $10 million.
No, that's not his first child.
He
got-
said babies
he's
with
got
other
like 4
people.
or 5 other kids.
Really?
Oh,
Hmm.
yeah.
Well, good for him. Sowing the seeds of love. That's $10 million. Ahead of her upcoming online art exhibition titled Selling Out, opening in Los Angeles today, or yesterday, the avant-garde artist has announced the title piece in the collection will be a legal document that entitles the purchaser to a percentage of Grimes' soul. That nugget of Grimes' essence will be sold along with sundry other prints, drawings, and photographs by the singer, whose given name is Claire Elise Boucher. The 32-year-old Canadian musician told the magazine this week, what magazine? I didn't catch
Now, wait
that.
a minute. $10 million only gets you part of her soul?
A little bit of it, yeah. Souls
No,
are
that doesn't-
expensive these days, especially during the pandemic. There's a huge markup on souls. Everybody knows that. And Satan has just, Satan has been hungry for souls, and so people can ask more for them.
Well, since he lost that, fiddle battle in Georgia, he's been behind on his...
That was
He
a
was in a
long
buzz.
time ago.
Way behind, so he's looking to
That
make
was
a
a
deal.
long time ago.
That's like, But since then, he's been behind.
Grimes calls this an art project. Most other people would call it fraud or grift.
Yeah, that's it. I'll sell you a little bit of my soul. Yeah. And Cat Stevens has recorded 11 songs found on Tea for the Tillerman. That's his classic record from back in the 60s. He's re-recorded them all, and he's releasing them.
You already did this album, Cat.
I don't-
Why are we doing it again?
Who knows? I don't care. Well, it is interesting. He's reunited with the album's original producer, former Yardbirds bass player Paul Samuel Smith, guitarist Alan Davies, past and present members of his live band, as well as other musicians. And they're gonna. The album was released in 1970. Tea for the Tillerman. And I don't know why he wants to do that. I don't think he has anything going.
Well, and he's not Cat Stevens anymore.
I think he went back to it.
Is he
did
back
he?
to Cat Stevens? Because
Let
he
me
was
see here. I
Yusuf
think
Islam for a while.
Yeah, I think he decided that wasn't working too well for him. I think it mentioned it here. I think, but I'm pretty... no, it says it will be released under the name Yusuf... Yeah.
Islam.
All right, anyway. So a judge has issued a restraining order against any concert to be, held out in Tooele. The county commission, the county health department says, Mr. Mustos, we don't want your concert out here. And now a judge has said they have every right to do that, so you can't do it. But again, it's supposed to be with this country musician Colin Ray. Well, I went to his website again today, And apparently, if you want to see Colin Ray perform in Utah, you'll still be going to Kaysville because that's what it says on his website. As far as Colin Ray's concerned, he's still in Kaysville. There's been no update other than that.
I think Mr. Mustos is going to have some event, regardless of what the threats are, to shut it down because he wants to make a scene.
Yeah,
he wants
to have a political rally.
Yeah.
And whether he has a country music star there or not, he's going to do it.
And I would implore the local news stations to ignore him because he wants you to come out and film it and have him give his.
What do the two of you have against local businesses? All he wants to do is support local businesses.
Well, there are ways to do that. A political rally, probably not one of them.
Well, he's going to have 100 local businesses represented.
I doubt it.
I don't think he will.
I don't think he's going to have Colin Ray either.
Yeah.
The mayor of Minneapolis has accused Donald Trump of shirking responsibility and chided the president for insulting him on social media at a time of crisis. Protests, of course, have erupted across the country over the killing of George Floyd and others. This by a police officer, a white police officer in Minneapolis. The city has seen large-scale demonstrations and unrest as protesters call for the officer who knelt on Floyd's neck and the 3 other officers who were there during the incident to be criminally prosecuted. Protests, some marred by violence, have also broken out elsewhere in the U.S., but tweeting about an hour after midnight in Washington, Trump launched a Twitter attack on the mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, because that's the way the president can be the most helpful in a situation like that. Rather than appealing for calm, he tweets this: I can't stand back and watch this happen to a great American city, Minneapolis. A total lack of leadership. Either the very weak, radical left mayor, Jacob Frey, get his act together and bring the city under control, or I will send in the National Guard and get the job done right. In a second tweet, Trump wrote, these thugs are dishonoring the memory of George Floyd, and I won't let that happen. Any difficulty, and we will assume control. But when the looting starts, the shooting starts. Thank you. Twitter has...
I don't think the president can send in the National Guard, can he? I think the governor has to do that.
Twitter
has... The president can.
I think
he can?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't
He's
think
the commander-in-chief. Twitter has hidden the tweet behind a warning. Well, the mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, responded to the attack when a reporter read aloud the tweets directed at him. He said, let me say this. Weakness is refusing to take responsibility for your own actions. Weakness is pointing your finger at somebody else in a time of crisis. The mayor shook his head when the reporter read that Trump called him a very weak, radical left mayor. Donald Trump knows nothing about the strength of Minneapolis. We're strong as hell. This is a difficult time, but you better damn be sure we're going to get through this. That seems like mouthing almost a useless platitude as well, I'm afraid to say. But, yeah. Frey said it was, I just want to mention this, Frey said it was his call to evacuate the officers from the building that the looters burned, the police building that the looters burned.
It's Boner Fight, the final round.
Here we go, the Boner round 1 winner. This baby is defective. Where can I return him? A YouTuber who makes her living out of being a great mother. She adopted a baby from China that has that's autistic, an autistic child that has autism. And she and her husband had him for 4 years, and they made money off this kid, the whole event. And now, because the child's problems are too severe, they want to give him back. They're giving him back. They're rehoming him, like you do with your kids. And that's going up against number 2, junk mail, people accidentally throwing out their stimulus payments because they're not properly designed. They look like a piece of junk mail. Number 2.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these 2 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward and become Boner of the Day. for today. 1 or 2. You decide. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number. That single digit is all we need in the message of a text, and then you text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth and just tell them who you want to win. 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, May 29, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. And vote. All right, let's go. You have until the end of these messages to do so. This is Boner of the Day.
Radio from Hell on X96.
So anyway, we're up there, getting bags of food and turkeys. But when we first got there,
this is before we went on the air.
Now I didn't say this to her on the air, did I?
No, this was before we went on.
She introduced herself, and I forget her name. Hi, I'm so and so with the food bank, and we said hi, and she handed us a fact sheet, and it's just a few things there, and she said. And then she said, I don't even think we asked her to be on the radio.
Didn't.
She said, I don't want to go on the radio. And Carrie said, well, come on. We've got to want to talk to somebody from the food bank.
Yeah.
You're here. You're an expert.
I believe every year we have spoken with somebody.
Yeah, and I said, well, we need somebody from the food bank. We'd like somebody from the food bank to talk. And she said, well, what are you going to ask me? And it made me a little mad.
It did, because it's kind of a...
and I said, well,
question.
I'm going to ask you, what the velocity of a V1 rocket is, and how to build a diesel truck, and what is the composition of quartzite.
Yeah.
I
You were
said,
a little...
I said, I'm going to ask you stuff that you can answer about the food bank.
The stuff that was on the sheet.
Easy stuff. She ran... She disappeared, and never came back.
Yeah.
And no one else from the food bank.
No.
She was the representative that morning.
And
you could have handled that
a
little
little
better.
Yeah, I could have. And I think I did say, well, could you get us somebody who will talk? I think I said that. And that's when she said, well, what are you going to ask me?
I think he was just trying to point out to her that that was kind of a silly question. You're here to represent the food bank. Tell us about hungry people.
I was, but I kind of snapped at her.
But people that never been on the radio or put in that position, it makes them nervous just right off the bat.
Gina, I don't think, again, you really need, other than that seems to be your role, to apologize for this. I'm doing the apologizing. You don't need to.
Once again,
it's my turn to apologize.
Stepping all over Bill's thing.
Stop apologizing. I'm apologizing.
You're always there to ruin the punchline, and now you're ruining the apology.
And quit throwing your shoes at me.
Wait, there's another one.
So she really never said why she didn't want to be on the air, did she?
No, but she was scared. She was nervous.
She did the I don't want to be on the air.
Maybe she had a real job and was supposed to be at work and didn't want anybody to hear her.
No, but anyway, I feel bad about it. I'm sorry. I'd like to find out her name, and I'll send her an apology or.
Yeah, I wouldn't call her. You'll scare her.
Yeah,
I didn't mean to scare you, and I'm sorry. I was a little short, but it's first thing in the morning, and we're just getting it together, and you know how I am.
Yeah,
but she doesn't.
Again, you can't treat everybody like you treat me.
Oh, shut up! I can too. You call right now, and I'll tell you to shut up. I don't care who you are.
Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96 Radio from Hell.
Gina wearing a turtleneck sweater today.
Covering up her hickeys. That's what people do.
It's interesting. People don't wear turtlenecks very often anymore.
Unless they're covering up hickeys.
You got something against hickeys?
That's why I used to have a dickie.
To cover your hickey?
To cover the hickey. It was my hickey dickie. I mentioned a dickie the other day, and I don't think anyone knew what I was talking about.
I don't think anybody has them anymore.
Dickie is now a clothing brand, and that's what it's known for.
As a matter of fact, that's what I said. Somebody said to me, "Oh yeah, I love Dickies. Their coats and their pants," and I went,
"Yeah,
no, I'm
an
never
actual
mind.
Dickie.
Never mind.
It's a fake shirt.
Dickie was a fake sweater.
It's
Yeah.
Was it a fake shirt
It's a
or
collar. Sweater.
You did
It's a
both?
fake sweater.
Fake sweater.
It was to make it look as though you were wearing a turtleneck
Under your vest or jacket.
or your shirt or whatever. Yeah, to make it look as though you were wearing a. It was really a stupid idea.
It was a dumb idea.
I had one, I think, for some reason.
But they were everywhere. It seems like I knew everybody had one.
Yeah.
Nobody wore them, but everybody had one.
It's a stupid idea.
Well, turtlenecks are stupid unless you're the Gorton's fisherman.
It's true.
Maybe I'm going fishing later.
Yeah, sure.
No, you're not. You're going to be way too warm in that.
You think?
Yeah.
You're dressed up for people today, aren't
We're
you?
seeing people.
Mm-hmm.
I've never worn this sweater, and I thought, I'll wear that.
Yeah, you'll be too warm. You'll be
Well, it's
uncomfortable.
too late now.
You're going to be sweating and sweating. It's going to be in your folds and everything.
I don't have any folds.
Of course not. She's a lady.
Yeah.
I'm smooth top to bottom.
All right, it's 9:37. Let's award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by the delicious ginger snap cookies that I will be making later today with Doug Fabrizio and the owner of Normal Ice Cream. I'll tell you about that in a minute. It's brought to you by those delicious cookies.
And Iconoclad sold filtered pollution masks for years. Now they also carry washable face masks for adults and children. Shop online at iconoclad.com or the walk-up window 4th East, 3rd South.
Boner candidate number 1, this baby is defective. I need to turn him back in. That's the YouTuber who gave up an adopted Chinese son with autism after monetizing him online for 4 years, but it just got too much. We have 4 normal children, and we need to give this one back. Going up against junk mail, people accidentally throwing out their stimulus payments because it's a design flaw. The government should have done a better job making them so that they looked like they were really something legitimate rather than just junk mail. Let's see. And the winner, well, no really big surprise. Number 1, this baby is defective. Where can I return him?
All right, that is your Boner of the Day for May 29th, the last Boner of May 2020. It is now qualified to be Boner of the Week, and that'll happen in our next break with Dave the Flower Guy.
I think Gina knew about this before I did, really. She knew about what it was exactly before I knew about it.
Yeah, why didn't they ask me to do it if I know what it is and you don't know what it is?
Gina, I have no answer for that. As a matter of fact, here, why don't you do it?
No. So remember, we talked with Mayor Mendenhall about it a couple weeks ago because I saw her on it. So the downtownslc.org has been sponsoring these little videos where they take local celebrities, Bill Allred.
It's Instagram. It's on Instagram. You can find it at instagram.com/downtownslc. Now, I just got a message from Doug Fabrizio at KUER. He texted me, I think it was Tuesday, and said, I've been asked to do this. You want to do it with me? I said, well, what is it? And texted him, and he sort of basically described it, and I said, yeah, sure, why not? So what it ends up being, it's the Downtown Alliance. They've done that Tip Your Server. And Ty Burrell, this is how Gina knew about it. She saw Ty Burrell talking about it on Instagram. Mm-hmm. And I just went and I just went and watched his intro for it. He's really funny. He's talking, he's saying, join Doug Fabrizio and Bill Allred today, or well, actually he said tomorrow.
Carrie could probably play it, actually.
Yeah.
Send me the link, would you?
Yeah.
Join them as they learn how to make cookies with the owner of Normal Ice Cream, and then, well, if Carrie's going to play it, I don't want to give it away. It's kind of hard to hear though when he says, "Hey Alexa, what's Normal Ice Cream?" And it's this voice in the back going, well, normal ice cream is ice cream that is normally made in this way. No, I mean, I mean, normal ice cream. I think it's his daughter or his wife or something off the side, and it's kind of amusing the way he has really good facial expressions. Although Ty Burrell, if you're listening to this, you really need to shave. he's been avoiding the razor, but at any rate, we're going to do this, Doug and I, virtually.
Nights in,
there it is.
In support of the food and beverage workers of Salt Lake City, please join us tomorrow, Friday at 4 at downtownslc.org, where you will find two of the longtime voices of Salt Lake City, Mr. Bill Allred and Mr. Doug Fabrizio, supporting Normal Ice Cream. Siri, what is Normal Ice Cream?
Uploading. Normal ice cream is ice cream, and ice cream is normal.
No, sorry. What is Normal Ice Cream, the business?
How am I supposed to know? Alexa.
Supposed to know.
Uploading. Normal ice cream is a terrific ice cream place in Salt Lake City, Utah.
Oh, thank you, Siri and Alexa.
How does she know?
I don't know. Don't be jealous, Siri.
It's just his kid, I think.
So we'll see you then. And in the meantime, if you have the means, please go to downtownslc.org and give what you can to support our beloved food and beverage workers in Salt Lake City.
He does. He's got the mustache going, but he's also got a slight beard. So the mustache is emphasized. But then you didn't address the glasses problem.
Yeah, well, he's got
They're
big,
huge,
giant glasses.
thick glasses, and it makes his eyes bigger.
I kind of like the rustic look that he has. But anyway, we're gonna. I guess this is post-produced because we're gonna do it at 1:00, and then it'll be available at 4 p.m. today, assuming it comes off, without them saying, "Boy, this was just terrible, you guys. We can't use this." Instagram.
Well, go watch. There's a bunch of them, Bill. You can watch the other people that have done it.
It's Instagram.com/downtownslc, and it'll be available at 4:00 this afternoon. I'm expecting somebody to knock on my door any minute. They're going to bring by, I don't think, not all the ingredients, but I think a pint of normal ice cream.
Oh, good.
Because, I mean, that's the point. In this case, is to support normal ice cream. And then Doug and I are going to make ginger snap cookies. The woman who owns Normal Ice Cream suggested that because, quote, they're ridiculously easy to do.
You can't screw it up.
Yeah. So, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Her name, the woman who owns Normal Ice Cream, it's Alexa Norland. And
all right.
That's good ice cream, isn't it?
You'll be able.
It is good. I've been supporting them for many moons now. They're quite good. All right, we will take a break. We will be back. We're doing our shows live from our homes, and that means they go to 11 a.m. these days. X96.
X96
The good news is that I've learned that if you combine the mangosteen fruit with certain alcohols, it will cure cancer. And I've got the margarita recipe here, the cancer-curing margarita recipe right here. 1 shot of tequila, 2 shots of Zango, and 3/4 shot of triple sec. All right?
It's a martini.
That'll cure your cancer.
That will cure cancer. I am cancer-free for 15 years.
And there's your proof.
So there you go. What more proof do you need?
So apparently they really put this in there in the company literature.
Oh, hell yeah.
You see that?
You can't do that.
No. What you do is you infer it.
Mm-hmm.
Say, oh,
You get your distributors to talk about it.
You don't put it in your literature.
Look, all I can say to Zango is, why aren't I your spokesman? I'm cancer-free for 15 years. I found that it's the It's the mixing with alcohol that makes it work. Why don't they
chemical
call
reaction
me? This
with-
is $1 million company. This is my ticket to a big pay.
And they're local here. They should
And
know
they're-
who you are.
They should know who I am, right? I could give them a whole list of recipes, drink recipes, martinis, margaritas, daiquiris that will, cure cancer and depression.
You're awfully happy now that you do.
I'm happy
Everybody
and
knows-
cancer-free.
Everybody knows that Zango won't cure cancer. It's Tahitian noni that cures cancer.
Can you mix that with alcohol?
Oh, no.
No, you don't want to do that, no.
You don't want to drink that, period.
Wonder what does this mean for them?
They have 15 days to respond. My guess is that either Orrin Hatch will swoop in like Super Hatch and save the day because he's big on that, supplement business stuff, or they'll just have to take that out of their literature.
Yeah, I think probably they have to say,
yeah.
sorry, we won't do it anymore.
They'll have to tell the people who sell it, don't say
Does
that.
really cure cancer. Or we don't have any evidence.
We
that
don't
it
have any
cures
evidence that it cures cancer. But Carrie Jackson, 15 years cancer-free because of the magic cancer-free margarita.
Because
It's-
cancer's one disease. I love that when they say it cures cancer. 'Cause cancer's a whole bunch of different things.
Well, that's the beauty of it. It cures cancer.
That's how
all
good.
kinds of
Apparently.
That's how good this stuff is.
All cancer's the same. You drink this.
Drank all our good liquor, you big moocher.
I like that. That's a new one I put.
You drank all our good liquor, you big moocher.
The bad liquor's still here, but the good.
I drink a bit.
And I'll change this drop from
What do you say you and me go out and get plastered?
to
What do you say you and me go out and get...
cure cancer.
What are you guys doing? We're curing cancer.
I am curing cancer with this magic margarita recipe, okay?
Right this second.
Hey, right this second, I'm curing
cancer.
right now, even as I stand here and look at
Well,
you.
cancer cells dying right and left.
Okay, I'd like the Cajun grilled chicken sandwich plain. I just want the chicken and the bun. No cheese, no mayonnaise, no lettuce, tomato, onions, coleslaw. And can I get onion rings instead of fries? Yeah. And can I get bacon on that?
Bacon. Did you want to do the chicken club instead of the Cajun chicken?
No, you don't understand.
You see, what was your name again?
Kristen.
Kristen, you see, this is not a radio bit. You need to know that this is the way she really is, and no one believes us. So we thought if we got it on tape, people would finally believe it.
All right. Did you want the Cajun seasoning?
Yes.
Yes.
And I would like the spicy Cajun mustard mayonnaise on the side.
Mayo on the side.
Don't put it on the sandwich.
No, I won't. Oh, trust me, I won't.
Thank you.
And the cheese?
No cheese.
No cheese.
No
at all.
cheese. No, just
Okay.
chicken.
All right.
Chicken bacon bun.
Onion
And
rings.
again, we're not trying to be difficult just for the radio. This is real.
All right.
I'm so very sorry.
That's all right. I'm sorry. I would like to say I've had worse, but that's probably the worst.
And how long have you worked here?
Here, 6 months, but
Dealing with tourists every day and their weird ordering habits, this is the worst. I want it on record, ladies and gentlemen.
It's from an official professional waitress. I'm the worst.
And again, this is no exaggeration.
Congratulations, Gina. Congratulations.
You've earned your spot in the Hard Rock Hall of Fame.
She's here to get married, by the way.
congratulations.
And she's marrying a guy named Joe Jones. Maybe you as our waitress. I'm sorry, what's your name again?
Kristen.
Maybe Kristen, you as our waitress, you could warn Joe that it's still not too late.
Because I've been saying it every day, every hour, ever since we heard about this.
That's sad.
Yeah.
That's what we think.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, it's 9:51 right now, and let me just double check.
What?
Well, the best question of the week.
Oh, the pineapple.
Which a proper morning show is addressing. I mean, you know.
Not us.
No, this is Paul Castronovo in Miami, guy we've known for a while, incredibly wealthy morning show host, because he does a proper radio morning show.
He has a boat.
Yeah, unlike us. He has a vineyard.
And a boat.
And he tweeted out, his radio station tweeted out this morning, Heather may have had the hottest take of the week with her claim she doesn't like pineapple. Are we taking crazy pills? Do you like pineapple? Hashtag hot takes.
You want to make the big bucks, you got
That's
to
where you
come
do
up
it.
with.
Well,
that.
when he set out his poll, he didn't have many votes, and so we sent it out to our people, and it echoed and echoed, and now there's 153 votes about pineapple, the important subjects of the day.
Mm-hmm.
And pineapple is winning pretty handily. Yes, it's delicious at 81%, and nope, don't care for it at 19%. So,
well,
I think it's out.
We Utahns like our pineapple because, well, we would always send our bad kids to Hawaii to pick them. That's where the bad kids go.
We got a deal on them? We got a deal on
That's where the bad
pineapple?
kids go. You know, they go to Hawaii to pick pineapple.
I had a friend of mine who was sent to that program because, well, he thought he might be gay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That picking pineapple fixes gay?
It did, because it determined, in fact, he was gay. So, he figured it out there. So
it's the acidity of the pineapple that does it, Gina.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was down there. He says, "No, I am gay." Okay.
Thank you. Now I know for sure.
I figured it out. All right.
Yeah,
let's go to Dave, the flower guy, now to decide boner of the week.
David, are you there?
Oh, hoy, hoy.
You're there.
Hoy, Dave.
Hoy, hoy, David. How is your life? Is it okay?
It's okay.
You're well. Your mother is well.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Dave, we're gonna read through. Dave. Dave.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
We could do this all day.
Just want to make sure you're there, Dave. Hey, Dave, how do you feel about pineapple?
It's okay.
It's okay.
Too acidy.
It's too acidic.
Too much acid. Yeah.
Too acidy, I think is what he said.
Acidy.
Have you got open sores in your mouth, Dave?
No.
Okay, good. All right, Dave, we're going to let you pick boner of the week. I know you've been listening all week, and you've carefully considered them. We'll just run through them really quickly here, and then you tell us which of these candidates is the worst. I think we only have 4 this week. Number 1 from Tuesday, well, that really floats Governor Whitmer's boat. Governor Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan, asking her Michiganders, her citizens, please don't go out gallivanting around this Memorial Day. Stay home, wash your hands. Don't go up to the north part of Michigan and go boating. Meanwhile, her husband, they have a boat up in the north part of Michigan. It was in dry dock, and he called the dock and asked them to get his boat out for Memorial Day. Now, the boat dock people said, "I'm sorry, we're too busy. We can't do that." But then, of course, they alerted the media because it's a governor's husband doing that. Really. Boner candidate number 2 from Wednesday. Yeah, right. Drain the swamp. Former White House aide winning a $3 million federal contract to supply what turned out to be faulty respirators and masks to the Navajo Nation and New Mexico. Just 11 days after he created this company to do that, then he got a bunch of masks. He got a $3 million federal contract, and he was an aide to Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. That's a drain in the swamp, isn't it? Number 3, oh, no wedding because she died? Well, boo-hoo. That's the guy who wanted his money back from a wedding videographer because his fiancée was killed in a car crash before the wedding ever occurred. Could I get my money back, please? No, you can't. But, I mean, my fiancée died. Well, listen, we'll give you credit for your next marriage.
That's so horrible.
Yeah. And then the final one from today, this baby is defective. Where can I return him? Which one do you think is worse, Dave?
Number 2.
Number 2.
Really? Right. Drain the swamp.
Ah.
Huh. That's interesting.
Well, there you go, Dave. Thank
I thought
you.
you were going to go for today.
Yeah.
All right, Dave. Stay safe, stay well, stay healthy. Say hello to your mother.
Yeah.
Take her take her a pineapple.
Take her a pineapple.
Say, ahoy, hoy, I brought you pineapple. All right, see you later, Dave.
Uh-huh.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Thank you, Dave. Okay, well, we're doing these shows live from our homes, and because of that, we're going to 11 a.m. And at 11 a.m., of course, day 2 of the Fake Festival. Quite enjoyed
that's
that
right.
yesterday, by the way.
I did too.
It's a big lineup.
Yeah, let me. Actually, I'm going to go to x96.com right now and look up the lineup because it's all available there. You can see all day long what acts are coming up, and I'm going to wear more sensible shoes today. Yesterday, I went for fashion, and I really shouldn't have. I should have gone for. So today at the festival, I'm going to wear practical shoes.
I'm wearing a hat today for sure.
Oh, yeah, you should do that. We start things off with Depeche Mode at 11.
Okay. All right. Stay tuned for that. And stay tuned for the 10 o'clock hour, live from our homes.
Check-ins at 10 o'clock?
Yeah, let's do some check-ins. Let us know you're okay.
877-602-9696. According to what Carrie's been hearing, this will be there's not going to be very many more opportunities for you to check in during the 10 to 11 hour. So I guess we'll have to extend that to when we go from 11 to noon, right? We can do it from the 11 to noon hour. But check in, 877-602-9696, 877-602-9696. Let us know that you're glad we're on till 11, that you're out there, and we'll chat with you on the phone for just a minute.
All right. It is 9:58, KXRK Provo.
Now, did you find the Mitt Romney?
I did find the Mitt Romney.
All right, let me just read to you briefly where he did this. It was during a surprise appearance at a dinner this week.
Did he pop out of a cake?
For Washington, D.C. radio and television reporters, his top 10 list of reasons why he dropped out of the race for the White House earlier this year.
Oh, now I found the David Letterman. Is this a different thing that
Well,
you're
it says
talking
Romney.
about?
It says here Romney offered the David Letterman-style list, written with the help of several campaign advisors at the Radio and Television Correspondents Annual Awards dinner Wednesday night. A video of the appearance is available on YouTube.
Now, see, I've got the David Letterman. I don't know if this is the same thing.
Why don't you do it, and I'll see if that's
I also
the same
have
thing.
the other one, too. So.
Top 10 reasons Mitt Romney dropped out of the presidential race. Well, here you have it. As topical as though torn from today's headlines. Exactly right. Top 10 reasons Mitt Romney dropped out of the presidential race. Here we go, number 10. Harsh Midwest weather was murder on his split ends. Number 9.
Is that?
This is not the Mitt Romney one. This is Letterman's, but let's see which one is funnier.
Okay.
Wants to devote more time to his rap persona, P. Mitty. P. Mitty. Number 8. Polls show public doesn't want a president who looks like a casino greeter.
That's good. That's good.
Number 7, just couldn't compete with the Ron Paul juggernaut. Number 6.
That's funny.
Unveiling a new line of honey-roasted Rom Nuts. What? What? What?
Honey-roasted Rom
Honey-roasted Rom Nuts. I don't know what's the matter with the guy. Number 5, that bastard Zogby had it in for him. Number 4, apparently America's not ready for a white male president. Number 3.
That's good. That's a good one.
Number 3. No, number 3, a writer suffering from mitt withdrawal. Number 2, there was that little problem of nobody voting for him. And the number 1 reason Mitt Romney dropped out of the presidential race, lost all of his money betting on the Patriots.
There you go.
I was reading one of those woman magazines.
One of your women magazines?
Like your
Ms., your Red Book?
No.
Ladies' Home Journal?
No, like Glamour or Allure or one of those.
Mary Claire?
And not tongue-in-cheek. Because a lot of times they have, helpful tips in there on how to, host a cocktail party.
Mm-hmm.
They had an article about tips on using weed at parties.
Using weed at parties.
Is it like etiquette? This is weed etiquette.
Yeah.
Like, is it proper etiquette to bring weed as a hostess gift?
Depends on whose party
Depends
you're
on
going
what-
to.
exactly.
But I mean, this is an art.
Mhm.
They wrote it just like,
Yeah.
do you bring a bottle of wine to your hostess gift? If you bring weed, how do you go about? Do you smoke it inside? Do you go out on the porch? Do you offer some to other? If somebody else has brought it, what's the proper way to ask?
Are these articles written for people who have no common sense?
Yeah.
The point is that the point is exactly what the point that Drop's making is.
Is that back in the 50s, it was, you'll
now
you'll
it's
go
like,
on a killing spree, and now it's don't smoke in the park.
Or don't smoke in the house, take it outside. But this is alongside pictures of women in black cocktail dress. They're not hippies with dreadlocks. It's your typical cocktail party.
Which is ridiculous.
You don't think people in black evening gowns are smoking?
No, I resent the fact that the middle class and the upper class has co-opted marijuana. It should be just the hippies, the patchouli oil wearing, dreadlocked hippies, the tie-dye crowd.
It was just interesting that it was just presented in a.
Yeah, but the way you describe the article too, it's just I'm still fixated on the fact that it's apparently written for morons.
Well,
it's just like what?
But but the type of people that read those kind of magazines
are morons.
Maybe haven't encountered that before. I don't know.
Have not encountered common sense.
Well, the point is, the word I will take from you is common. It is now common. That's why it's appearing in magazines.
No, I see. I get that. That's an interesting part of it. But if it were about booze, it would also be for idiots.
Mm-hmm.
It's an article for an idiot.
God, they're not. Why does this make you? I just thought it was interesting. It wasn't the New Yorker. It's a dumb woman's magazine.
Yeah, I know. It's I
get makeup tips out of it. That's what I'm willing to that magazine for, not an in-depth article on pot etiquette.
Because on this day,
in 1967, Noel Gallagher, or as I like to refer to him, the not as good-looking Gallagher brother, if you're picturing them in your mind right now.
I couldn't pick either one of them out of a lineup.
There's a good-looking one, and there's one that's kind of off. Did you ever see a picture of Patrick Swayze and his brother, who looks a lot like Patrick Swayze but is a little off?
Have you ever seen a picture of me and my brother? We look a
one of
lot
you is the
alike,
good-looking
except
one?
I'm a little off.
You're the off one?
I look like I've just passed my freshness date.
I'm looking up a picture of Patrick Swayze and his brother. You'll see what I mean. I'll tweet it out.
I can't wait.
You'll get what I'm saying. You'll be like, oh yeah, looks a lot like him, but...
Well, gosh. Gina was right about that.
So whose birthday was it? Patrick Swayze's brother?
Noel Gallagher.
Oh, the off one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Noel Swayze.
Noel Swayze, yes.
Yeah, who was in that band. I don't know. So, did anybody want to check in with this stupidity that's going on?
They?
No? Okay, then that's it. This will be the last time we go to day we go to 11.
Oh, wait.
Uh-oh.
I just got notice.
Yeah?
We have Austin.
Austin, good morning.
Ahoy, hoy, Lords.
Ahoy, hoy. Austin, first of all, we have to ask you about pineapple. How do you feel about that?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Delicious.
Have you ever wondered, or have you ever pondered on why it's called a pineapple?
No, I haven't.
You haven't? It hasn't even crossed your mind. You never even thought.
Because it's not pine. It's not piney. Know.
But think about it. Think about it for a second. What does the outside of the pineapple seem like?
Prickly.
Have you ever seen one in the wild? Have you ever seen a wild pineapple, or are you just eating those Dole rings out of the can?
I mean, I've gotten a fresh pineapple from the store, but not in the wild or anything.
So what's the outside of it like?
Prickly.
Well, yeah, but it resembles something.
It doesn't resemble an apple. What do you?
It has to do. Let's start with the first word, pine. It resembles
like a pine cone.
It's kind of like a
It
pine
doesn't look
cone.
like a pine tree.
No, it looks kind of like a pine cone on the outside. It's rough and it has that, as you put it, prickly surface. Like,
all right.
And it also, and if you smell it before you peel it, it has kind of a piney odor to it.
Huh.
This isn't why you called, though, is it?
Well, not necessarily, no. I wanted to ask you guys a question about check-ins.
Okay.
So we heard from the last of the new waivers a couple days ago.
Yes.
And we hear from people like Chicken Rob. Well, we haven't heard from Chicken Rob in a long time. I wonder how he's doing.
Mm.
You know, Tim the Tree Guy, people with all these cool nicknames.
Mm-hmm.
I need to get a nickname, and then maybe I'll check in more. Or maybe you guys don't want me checking in more. I don't know.
I've got it. Your name is is it Rob? Is that
Austin.
Right? Oh, Austin. Okay. Oh, it's Chicken Rob. Okay. Pineapple Austin. How's that?
No, that doesn't flow.
Pineapple Austin.
That doesn't flow.
Yeah, that doesn't have the same ring to it as, you know,
that's my point.
Garbage Gus or
Well, what do you do?
Tim the Tree Guy.
Austin.
What do you do?
I work in a genetics lab.
Oh, man.
I don't know.
DNA Austin.
Yeah, that flows. That really flows.
That's worse. I think I'd go with Pineapple Austin over DNA Austin.
So you're a genetic researcher, recombinant DNA, RNA. Let's see what else.
Ancestry Austin.
Gene split in Austin.
How about that?
That's funny.
Yeah, well, it's
really... I'll workshop it. I'll ask around, and then I'll send you guys an email of interest or something like that.
You've done improv and theater, haven't you, Austin?
No. I mean, yes, and.
There's the giveaway.
There you go.
That's the giveaway right there.
I think you've got a theater background that you're trying to hide.
Our texters have come up with a nickname for you. Ready?
Oh, yeah.
Austin Helix.
Austin Helix. Hey, I like that.
Like Austin Healey, an Austin Healey automobile.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Austin Helix.
That's great.
There you go.
I've wrote you guys a few emails with, I didn't want my name associated with it, so I used Dane Bramage, but
Well, now you're outed. Sorry.
Yeah. It was a while ago. It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, Austin.
When did you fall and hit your head?
When I was really young. I think I was like 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, and?
But I turned out okay. I work in a lab.
You got a good job.
So
keep
somebody
down a job and everything.
So somebody in the chat room, when I said, Austin Helix, like Austin Healey, and somebody says, no, Bill, Helix because DNA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get that part.
Yeah, we're there. We're there.
Some guy, no, Bill, Helix because of DNA.
Yeah. All right. Okay, Austin, thank you.
See you, Austin.
Thank you.
Get a new helmet. See you.
Let's go to Justina.
Morning.
Hi, good morning. Yeah, so I texted in earlier this week, and Gina had asked where my name came from.
Yeah.
And funny story about that, I'm named after my great-grandma, Justina. It's on her tombstone. She went by it her whole life. And we found out a few years ago that actually wasn't her name. Her dad used to call her Husty, which she thought was a nickname that he gave her. But no, that was her legal name, and I'm named after the wrong name now.
Wait, so what was her legal name? Was what?
Husty.
How do you spell that?
I think it's like just with a Y, because I think it's Austrian.
Oh.
Okay, Justy. All right.
Justy.
Justy.
I think I lucked out.
Well,
You
then
did.
from now on, you're Justina.
And you have a good...
That's what they call me in Germany.
You have a good story with your name. I don't like it when we talk to people with an unusual name and like, why is that your name? They're like, I don't know. You weren't even curious about your own name you've never asked where that came from? So I'm glad you have a good story.
I have my unusual
Yep.
name, Bill, and I even know where that name came from. So,
all right,
my mother, it was a friend
Thanks,
of
guys.
my birth father had a friend that my mother liked a lot better than she liked him. His name was William.
All right. Thank
Yeah.
you, Justina. Okay, let's go to Jim. Sorry, Jim.
Yiminy?
Yes, it's Jim, not Jim.
Yump and Yiminy.
All right, Jim.
Yump and Yiminy.
Yeah. So what's up?
Hey, so we love pineapple, but my fairly new daughter-in-law is like deathly allergic to it, so we have to be like really careful now. We can't even use flavorings or anything like that. So kind of bad that way.
Pineapple upside down
Correct.
cakes have been a part of your life for a long time, and now they're gone.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
We even bought one of those core slicer things, that they use like in restaurants, to spiral it and everything. And
oh yeah.
now we have to like to stick. I think we took it to DI. Anyway, so this whole thing about, and I hate to bring the story down or bring the mood down, but about Trump trying to control what the social media does because they're picking on him.
Mm-hmm.
What is going on there? I mean, and then last night, I guess some CNN reporters were arrested.
Yeah.
In the Minneapolis area because who ordered that? What's going on there too? I mean, it's just kind of getting kind of scary.
Part of what happened in Minneapolis was the reporter, the CNN reporter, who was arrested, and then his crew was arrested. He was an African American Latino man, dark complected. And he was, I listened to the whole thing. He was I just think that the state police who arrested him said, well, this is a black man and we're going to arrest him.
Yeah.
I think there is nothing more to it than that, which is horrible to say. It's that simple.
Yeah, that's simple, yeah.
And
who
about,
was it? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. You're fine.
I was just wondering, was it Lenin or Nietzsche or somebody that said, a lie spoken often enough becomes the truth?
He does that a lot. He lies and
that's Trump. That's Trump in a nutshell. I mean,
that's what they do,
everything he says, and then all the Trumpkins believe him, and they don't bother to check.
You've never heard him say the words "I was wrong" or "It's my fault." He's never said those words in those sequences.
He's never uttered the sentence, you want to hear a joke?
Yeah, you can't trust a man who has no pets, no sense of humor, doesn't like music, things like that.
Doesn't even drink a little.
Yeah, that's the big flag there.
Here's how you can tell. My wife pointed this out to me. She pointed this out to me that just humanity in general. Are you the kind of person who, when you go to the grocery store, back when we did these kinds of things, when you go to the grocery store and you're done with your cart, do you just leave it pushed up against the curb by your car, or do you return it to the inside the grocery store, or at the very least to one of the stalls, the places that collect them, or do you just leave it in the parking lot and go on your merry way?
Bill, Donald Trump has never been in a grocery store in his life.
No, I'm not talking about Donald Trump. I'm talking about the kinds of human beings there are in the world. There are the kind of human beings who say, I should put the cart back. I should properly corral it. And then there are the people who don't give a damn, and they don't wear masks either.
Yeah.
Okay. If Trump had gone to a grocery store, he'd probably shove the cart into the next closest, vehicle just to make his car look better.
Well, Trump still thinks you can't buy groceries unless you have your driver's license with you. So he said as much. All right, we got to go, Jim. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. See you.
All right. Well, we will continue the check-ins after these. We got Lehigh on the line, 877-602-9696, and we'll be back after these.
X.
Well, Punk, let's get to the movie review, shall we?
There we go.
That's why nothing says spending the summer in and out of health facilities like 18 Fingers of Death.
Tell us who stars in this opus.
Well, this is the only movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Yeah.
It stars James Liu.
Oh, so this is a sequel then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's Buford, the down-and-out action hero.
James Liu, okay.
Okay.
And we got Maurice Patton.
Yeah.
He's Ronald Mack, the college student and wannabe director.
Okay.
Lisa Arturo.
Nope.
She's Sushi Q, the Honorable Fortune Cookie CEO.
Okay.
Pat Morita.
Oh, well, there's a name I recognize. Arnold from Happy Days.
So I know this movie's at least a year old, right?
Exactly. Well, I noticed he's got lots of others that are in post-production.
Oh, God. All right.
He's the humble restaurateur. We got Lorenzo Lamas.
Lorenzo
Lamas, yeah.
He's a Antonio Bandana, the singing martial artist.
Okay.
Robin Shue.
It sounds like just a great movie.
Oh, yeah.
He's Jackie Chong.
Yeah.
And we got Charlie George Brown as Chuck Snorris.
Chuck Snorris. Okay.
Oh, God.
And Kurt Graves as Steven Seafood.
Okay. Tell us the plot of 18 Fingers of Death.
Well, as far as I can tell, this guy starred in 803 of the finest action movies ever filmed, but he's come up with a script for what could be his breakout role. But when the producers back out and pull his funding, he's forced to pull out the "Will Work for Kung Fu for Money" sign and sell his Kung Fu movie memorabilia in order to get enough money to make a movie in 1 week for the Sundance Film Festival.
God.
And they managed to get like about 90 minutes out of this?
Yep.
Jeez.
A full 90 minutes.
All right, have you got a scene from 18 Fingers of Death?
Yeah, I thought I'd give you a little Pat Morita.
Okay.
Oh, good. Pat Morita.
So here we go.
Mr. Lee, listen, I've always been wanting to know, do you have Chinese Jews? Chinese Jews? Oh, very sorry, today is no Chinese Jew. We only have the apple Jews and the orange Jews.
Oh, man.
This is worse than I even dreamed.
Yep. What are you giving this movie, Punk?
I'm actually giving it 3.5 Prozac.
What? It's the pills talking, Punk.
It's the prednisone. I think it's the prednisone. For digging up guano, lining up to fight. You can only fight the good guy one at a time.
That's
you
right.
have to circle him.
Yeah.
Feathered hair, the drunken bastard, Bong Fu the series, a wicker basket beaten, bow tie in the kitchen, cowboy Fu, a fallen in love montage, an attack midget, and yes, learning to speak out of sync.
Learning to speak out of sync. All right, and what junk food are you going to have while you watch this movie?
I think you need to gather a few Lynn Wilson's meat and cheese burritos with extra cheese and onions. You can mix in the Durkin's French fried onions as you need. A nice meatball hero, some Rainbow Twizzlers, a bunch of Starburst, Reese's Pieces, a bag of Honorable Fortune cookies, and, yes, a nice cold canister of Lost Energy drink.
All right, Punk.
Wow, sounds lovely.
For those of you that are lost.
All right.
18 Fingers of Death.
The movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
All right, it is 10:21 right now, and we're continuing our check-ins at 877-602-9696. Let's go to Joe. Hi, Joe.
Joe.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Gina, you're getting a Raising Cane's. This is definitely right up your alley. As a fat guy and a Texas resident, I am very familiar, and you'll love it.
So, Gina,
I'm a fat Texan.
As a fat guy.
What I'm hearing is
No, everything is perfect. There's almost no vegetables, unless you can even ask them to get rid of the slaw for an extra Texas toast.
Oh,
which
yeah,
is
I
really
don't-
the best part.
I don't want the slaw. They can just leave that off.
Our chat
Exactly.
room did some research though, Joe, and sadly, no steak fingers on the menu.
Oh,
No
That's
no
a-
steak fingers.
but
the
if they're
chicken
really
fingers
good
are
chicken,
delicious.
okay, that'll be enough for me.
Are you in Texas
And,
now,
they-
Joe?
I sure am.
Okay. Oh, wait. I think we know Joe, don't we?
I've texted him a few times. Every
not
time
what I'm
Carrie
thinking of.
plays the Allen drop, I go crazy because I live in Allen, Texas. It just makes me laugh every time I write my address down.
It echoes in your brain.
You say it out
every
loud.
time.
This is where I live. Alan.
Well, I'm looking
Exactly.
forward to this new restaurant.
Yes, go if you like the lemonade at the Hateful Chicken restaurant, but don't want to patronize them. Go to the Raising Cane's. They have just as delicious lemonade.
Oh,
there you go.
Okay.
More options. Thank
Well,
you.
Joe, thanks for the information. Unfortunately, I think this Raising Cane it's out of my feed zone.
Where's your feed zone,
He has a
Bill?
radius. He has a radius that he
Yeah,
likes.
not
to work.
past 21st South, that's for
Oh,
sure.
yeah.
Yeah, that's my feed zone. I think
And,
it's
Allen, Texas is way out of your feed zone.
And Joe, just so you know, the people in Steve, Texas, are very upset too.
Steve!
All right.
Thanks for calling us, Joe.
Thank you,
Joe.
Thank you. Have a good one.
All right. 877-602-9696. If you have a mind to, check in with us. Lehigh is back. Hi, Lehigh.
Good morning, lords and ladies.
Good morning.
Morning.
Congratulations, Bill, on having the extended 12 o'clock hour for Radio from Hell.
Yeah, so I'm excited. We're gonna go to noon. I'm lobbying that one day we'll just be on from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Bill's trying to sneak the all-day show back in. That's what's happening here. Just
Bit
1
by
hour at a
bit.
time.
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea, but would you ever consider bringing back Space Elders for that segment?
No.
No.
No,
No.
It can't be done.
If you want to hear
Oh,
Space
that-
Elders, go to x96.com/live and watch our TV feed, because when the radio is getting commercials, on the TV feed they sometimes play best of segments from long ago, and you'll hear Space Elders and you'll go, "That's not as good as I remember it."
I mean,
Well,
that's
yeah.
exactly why I was asking. That's where I heard it this morning. I was like, I want more of this. I want more Space Elders. This is funny stuff.
Well, though, Lehigh, the proof of this is we have brought back Utah Word of the Day, and if you listen to the old ones and then you listen to the ones that we do today, you'll realize that they've never been funny.
Guy in the chat room is telling me Space Elders is also on YouTube if you look it up.
Oh.
Yes,
Somebody's-
it is. I've actually
somebody's-
shared a couple videos with my group chat this morning.
Oh,
All right.
well, there you go.
And they're not as good as you remember. Okay. Let's,
Thank you.
Thank you, Lehigh. Thank you
He
very much.
likes it because of his name. That's why he likes it.
Because he's one of the
Yeah.
Space Elders.
My mom named me after one of the Space Elders.
Gina, just real quick before we take a break, because we do have, we're going to talk about pet adoptions coming up here in a moment, and probably a little bit of news. But this, I immediately thought of you when I saw this. This is something for you to do tomorrow and Sunday, because I think
Okay.
that's the third. Yeah, tomorrow and Sunday. Go to Shout Factory TV YouTube channel or
Okay.
Twitch if you have it. All weekend long is a Carol Burnett marathon. Top 20
Thank you.
countdown of the most iconic moments as well, hand-picked by Carol Burnett.
Oh, I
That'd
love
be
it.
great.
And she'll be doing host segments around it as well.
Oh, great.
And then on June...
I think my favorite is when she does with Tim Conway, and they do the Mr. Tudball and Mrs. Wiggins.
There'll be some of those, I'm sure.
And then on June 1st, you can watch all 11 seasons of the Carol Burnett Show on demand.
Excellent. Because, I had tickets to her coming to the Eccles. I was
that'll
so
be
excited
great.
about it. Well, I don't know when it's happening.
Well, when is it supposed to happen?
Like June. It's not happening.
Oh, just show up.
Shout Factory TV on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Android apps. They're also on Twitch, Samsung TV Plus, Comcast Xfinity, Zumo, YouTube, Redbox, Vizio, Pluto TV, IMDb. They're all over the place.
Excellent.
Plenty of chances for you to see it this weekend. All right.
I got official notification today too from DirecTV, AT&T. Congratulations, you get HBO Max.
I need to look into that this weekend. All right.
Excited.
Let's see. Now we do still have Benjamin checking in. So if he wants to quickly check in with us, that's fine.
Hello, Benjamin.
Ahoy, hoy, Prime Ministers.
Ahoy, hoy.
So, talking about unusual names, my grandmother had an aunt named 30, the number 30.
30.
It was like the digits, or was it written out?
It was spelled out, but it was the number 30.
Any idea why?
Yes, actually. Her father was a telegraph operator, and telegraph operators used a shorthand of different numbers to mean different things. The number 30 was used to mean end of line, so you'd go on to the next line of the telegraph.
Why would you name your daughter after the end of the line?
Think about it, Gina.
He intended Aunt 30 to be the last child.
Ah.
But, 1800s, she was not. They had like 3 more after that.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, the 1800s, meaning there was no birth control.
Yes.
Or
right,
self-control.
And no television.
Yeah. Gotta
I
pass
love
the time
names
somehow.
with a story.
All right. Thank you, Benjamin. That's a
Thank
good
you.
story. I like that story. Thank you.
10-4, Benjamin. 10-4.
Yes. All right. We will continue. These shows go to 11 a.m. because we're doing our shows from our homes because the world is weird. And we're going to talk pet adoptions coming up after these. X96.
Corey O'Brien kicks off the 1-hour non-stop.
The mayor of Salt Lake has joined us here. It's Ralph Becker, and there's bad blood here, Mayor Becker.
I can see that.
Yeah.
Mayor,
You know what? You know what it is? I'm hurt.
It's bad blood
I'm
here.
hurt.
The worst thing you can do is when you accept a gift from a woman, not use it.
When I'm visiting with her.
Yeah,
Yes,
especially.
exactly.
Yeah.
Hell hath no fury like a Barbary scorned.
I went all the way to Dillard's and bought you a tie.
All the way to Dillard's.
All the way to Dillard's and bought you a tie.
That's a good, mile, too, from your house, right?
I know what deep trouble is, and here I am. And, but I do want you to know, I have been wearing your tie regularly and proudly and advertising where I got it. Yeah,
See
right.
this? See this? Gina Barbera.
Is it getting deeper?
Easy to say.
Now, Mayor Becker, our producer Richie says he sent. I thought he had called you, but apparently he sent an email to your office saying you may want to wear the tie
Oh, God,
when you
I
come to
didn't
see.
get
See, you didn't
There's
get
Mayor
it.
Becker going, I have an email address? What the?
Ralph Becker. Now we should say that Gina bought him a tie because you were tired of seeing him wear
This tie, the tie he's wearing right now. Because every time I got a mailer from you while you were campaigning, different pictures, but same tie. And I was concerned that people were going to think you only had one tie. I was worried about you.
You want to know how to get her, Mayor Becker? You want to know how to get her?
Yeah,
Look
I
at her
need
very
advice.
seriously and say, "This tie was given to me by my dead mother."
Something like that.
Or
the thing is that this is a Jerry Garcia tie, and I don't think my mother knows Jerry Garcia or knew him.
It was that nice Garcia fellow who lived down the street. He used to sell us squash.
Mayor Becker, great. How's it going? I mean, are you enjoying being the mayor?
Made the transition and everything?
I'm having a great time. I've got great people around me working. The city's been so responsive. Everyone's jumping in to do things we need to do. So I'm feeling great.
I want to applaud you, by the way, for taking a bold stance and making what I think is one of the most significant moves I've ever seen a mayor make, and that is get rid of that ugly logo that Rocky Anderson had and go back to the traditional city logo. I'm actually serious.
Bill really likes that logo.
I like the traditional logo, that mountainy kind of. That was a dumb logo for Salt Lake.
It's the important issues Bill pays attention to.
Well, I realize these are symbols of the city, so there is importance there. It was really just a matter of personal preference, and as I mentioned when someone asked me about it, I said, "Why'd you do it?" And I said, "Well, someone came to us and said you need to pick a logo for the city, and we'll develop one for you." And I said, "Well, I don't want to spend city's money to get a new logo." So we looked back at what was available. Really liked that one of the city county building. Thought it was very distinguished, and
it's kind of formal looking and I think it represents you. I mean, you're a planner kind of a guy who likes detail, and that logo somehow says to me it's, I don't know how to say what I'm saying here.
I got you.
It's a very. It looks like it was done by an engineer, or something.
Well, I don't know. I think it looks good, and obviously represents the city. So.
Right, so we have Jamie Haig on the phone. Hello, Jamie.
Hi, Jamie.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
This is a first.
Jamie,
we always talk to you about the super adoptions, but this is going to be a little different this year, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a completely new way of doing our super adoption this year. It's actually going on right now, and it's the first virtual super adoption that we've ever done. And it started on Wednesday
How many
and
children?
runs through Sunday.
Oh, it's not children, is it? It's animals. I forgot.
It's fur babies.
Animals. It's not children. It's dogs and cats and kittens and puppies.
So Jamie, how do people participate in a virtual adoption of little kitties and dogs?
Well, the easiest thing to do is to go to our website, bestfriendsutah.org, and from there you can log into our platform, Adopt-A-Pets, which is featuring all the animals that are available through this virtual super adoption. There's hundreds available. We have 20 participating groups throughout the state. And so once you log on, you're able to just punch in your zip code and you can see all the animals that are available in your area.
Yeah,
I just did it.
Yes, and Betty is adorable.
Carrie, you're gonna don't let your wife look at this. You're gonna be. Hey, Bill, there's a cat named Fruit Loop. I think you should look at.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is Fruit Loop in my area code?
Yes.
And there appears to be a dog named Joan Rivers here. So.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
I see.
We've got Joan Rivers, and there's a few others in there that are.
Yeah, this is a pretty cool little
you can
interface.
You can search for reptiles. You can search for farm animals. It's not just puppies and kitties. There's a whole bunch of stuff in here. And there's pictures, and you can save your searches. And this is a great idea, Jamie.
Oh, Oh, thank you guys. I'm glad you're checking it out. We think the platform's super easy for people to, check out from their own home, the information that's available on these pets and see a lot of great photos. And then if they're interested, they can just, people can just click the adoption button, and then the particular group will get back with you and answer any questions and do appointment one-on-one meet and greets. So we're doing this very safely, and
Jamie, I'm looking at a picture here for one of the cats. This is a very lovely cat named Matilda, which I would be. It says so Matilda, and then it says female, and then it says medium. What does that mean?
Medium size.
You can do a search for different sizes of dogs and cats.
Because I would want a small dog, so I'd look for a small.
And I don't want a medium-sized cat. I want a giant cat. Oh, they've written their little biographies for each pet, little descriptions. So.
Yeah, it's a super way, no pun intended, for people to just do this from their own homes and take the time to really take a look at who's available. And we have some great sponsors, but Broadway Media is a great sponsor for us, as we did a virtual online event last night that is posted on our Facebook and Instagram pages that people may want to check out. We did a virtual showcase featuring some of the fosters introducing the pets that are in their homes. That's on our social media page too. But yeah, it's a super way to just go ahead and take your time and discuss with your family, and and bring somebody home. And then we have all the questions and everything available for people that do apply. The folks from each group do get back. So.
Jamie, I'm looking here. I just have one criticism. Each one of these, so it says Matilda. Matilda is very smart and curious cat. Pearl is a very smart and curious cat. Zinnia, a very smart. No, I'm just kidding. They don't all say that, but all cats are smart and curious, aren't they? I think all cats are.
Yeah, I guess everybody's put that down as they're smart and curious. It must have been one of the things to select about the personality.
This goes through May 31st, this Sunday.
Right.
And generous sponsors are contributing $25 toward the adoption of the first 1,600 animals. So that's really good.
Yes. For example, through Best Friends, the adoption fee is $25 for an adult cat, so you would be able to adopt an adult cat for free. And our normal rates, adoption fees for adult dogs are $75, so you would be able to adopt one for $50. So
great. That's nice. That's very nice.
It makes things portable. Plus, there's a virtual gift pack that the adopters will receive too, with all kinds of coupons and benefits to help with the pet once they get into the home.
All
right. I just clicked on the link that was in the email, bestfriends.adoptpets.com. So
yes, bestfriends.adoptopet.com, or everybody can just start with bestfriendsutah.org, and that's just the main. Right when you get to our page, it's just right there, and people can click on it and just start looking for pets.
Okay, now through Sunday. Thank you, Jamie.
Now through Sunday. Hey, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Talk to you later. This horse.
Is there a horse there?
Yeah, there's farm animals there.
What is? I'm on a cow.
You want a cow?
Let's adopt a cow.
The radio
just keep
from
it as a
cow?
pet in the backyard. Yeah, I'll just keep it in the backyard as a pet. You could use the fertilizer. Get the milk. People keep chickens. I keep a cow.
There he is.
Bill, what did you do?
A cow would be her.
Cow.
There she is.
I have one cow. It's this one. That's the only cow I want in my house.
Well, she doesn't give milk, Carrie.
Nope, don't
I want
care.
one that gives milk.
Poop's less than yours. I'll tell you that right now.
I can use what poop I don't use, I sell.
Okay. Well, we can take a break, I suppose. Oh, don't forget that coming up at 11 o'clock is the second day, the last day of the Fake Festival.
Please, Carrie, it's the LHM Used Car Supermarket Fake Festival.
Thank you so much. And, the first band up on stage is Depeche Mode. And the schedule is at x96.com if you go take a look. They'll be performing at 11 o'clock today. All right, we'll take a break and we'll crawl toward the exits after these messages. X96.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is doing when he's not on the air.
Yes, Mr. Jackson, thank you for coming into my office. As the manager of this department store, it is my job to make sure that everything goes smoothly. And during the Christmas season, that's especially important. We hired you to be our store Santa on good recommendations from your radio station management. But frankly, we've had complaints from many of the parents about your performance as Santa. Now, how do you begin each visit with a child?
Well, first off, I have them shake my hand.
Shake your hand?
Yes, I'm the hand-shaking Santa.
You don't let the children sit on your lap?
No, the hand-shaking Santa wouldn't do that. And do you have any idea how germy little children are? You know what I really hate is that little kid smell. You know the smell I'm talking about.
I see. And then they tell you what they want for Christmas.
Well, after they've shaken my hand, I ask them to write an essay about how good or bad they've been during the year, and then they're asked to list what they want for Christmas. Now, that list is then submitted to one of my elves, and the essay is graded and placed in the Handshaking Santa essay box.
You have paper and pencils for them in Santa's castle?
No, the Handshaking Santa does not provide essay materials. If the children are unprepared, it's no concern of mine.
Uh-huh. Well, I think I've heard quite enough.
Oh, fine. My break is just about over, and I still have to disinfect my fingernails and put on a fresh pair of gloves before I have to greet the little vermin again. Get away from the Handshaking Santa, you dirty, dirty little children.
Oh my God. Miss Johnson, would you call the radio station we hired this Santa from? We need a replacement immediately.
Here's what Bill Allred is doing when he's not on the air.
Ho, 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 ho. Welcome to Santa's castle. Merry Christmas.
Santa, why are you lying on the floor?
I'm the leg wrestling Santa. Tell me what you want for Christmas.
Well, I want the white Power Ranger and the Nerf Ball Zuka.
All right then, Sonny. Lie down here right next to me. You do know how to leg wrestle, don't you?
Oh, yeah, Santa, but couldn't I just sit on your lap?
Oh, no. The leg wrestling Santa wouldn't do that. All right now, Sonny. If you beat me, then you'll get everything you asked for.
Okay.
If not, you'll get a lump of coal in your stocking. And an orange.
Oh.
Here we go.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Sorry, Sonny. You lose. Get him out of here, would you, my little helpers? Who'll be the next to challenge the leg wrestling Santa?
Why don't you leg wrestle me, Mr. Butthead, jolly old sucky claws?
Aren't you a little old to be leg wrestling Santa?
You're pretty tough with these kids. Let's see you take on someone your own size.
All right, then. You lie down right here. Good. But first, I have to take a leak. Can't leg wrestle on a full bladder, you know. Be right back.
Well, Bill, you announced in an earlier break that you're getting HBO Max, right?
Yeah.
Well, I have some good news. I mean, they have a lot of content on HBO Max, but
boy, no kidding.
This is news that is just going to make your weekend. I think you're going to spend the weekend because HBO Max has acquired the exclusive streaming rights for Young Sheldon. You can watch
your favorite.
all the Young Sheldon episodes.
Great. I've already seen I guess a fourth viewing of all of them won't be too much, will it?
There are nuances you've missed.
Yeah. Speaking of nuances, I hope you guys can hear me okay because it's that time of the day when we're breaking up, and so I don't know if we're out of phase or whatever.
You sound
fine. Okay, and I'm responding without big pauses or anything.
Well, there's a lag, but you're responding.
Yeah. All right. Well, there's always.
We're
But
almost done.
I'm looking at this picture, Gina, that you tweeted of Patrick Swayze and his slightly off brother.
Yes.
See that.
Mo Swayze.
Let me check
and you're right. But I also have to say, look at both of them. Look at both of them though, and look at their ears. Now Mo's ears are a little worse than Patrick's, but they both have alien creepy ears. They do.
Let me look.
They both have kind of
a little bit.
And they both kind of look like people. I don't want to be around either one of them.
Well, Patrick's dead, so you can't be around him even if you wanted. That's not a great picture of Patrick.
Well, that's
either.
a close. That was a close one. But see, his brother, whatever his name is, Shemp.
Look.
He has weird ears, but if you look at Patrick's ears, they are also very odd.
Dawn. His name's Dawn Swayze. He looks like a
D-A-H-N. Dawn. He's D-A-H-N.
Actually,
Dawn.
His name is actually Shemp, which leads to the question, will the real Shemp Swayze please stand up? Please stand up. Please stand up.
I'm wearing a pin here that just came to me. See that?
Mm-hmm.
If you go
Can't
to
see what it is.
x96.com/live, it's a little ice cream cone.
Oh, that's normal.
From normal ice cream, and I got in the. It was just deposited on my porch, a pint of normal ice cream, and I'm going to be doing a ginger snap cookie demonstration with Doug Fabrizio from KUER. It'll be we're going to film it, or however you refer to that, at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Doug and I are going to be making ginger snap cookies with Alexa, the owner of Normal Ice Cream, and
Will
then
your
it'll be
dishes
available
done
for
before
people.
then?
I don't know. Yeah, my daughter's putting away the dishes right now. That's a little clattering you hear in the background. That's okay. Go ahead. She said, "Oh, I can stop." No, put them away.
It's
That's
nice
fine.
she's doing the dishes. That's nice.
Just tell her not to throw them into the thing.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, no kidding. So we'll be doing that, and then you can see it on Instagram live at 4 this afternoon, and it's just if you just look for Downtown SLC / Tip Your Server, or just search any of that, Downtown Alliance, you'll find it. It's to raise the money for the people who've been put out of work, or restaurant workers who've been put out of work, and the charming Ty Burrell is there as well, introing and stuff. I think Ty's coming over to my house to try my cookies, and then going to Doug's house to try his cookies, and see
And then
who
he'll
does a
say
better
who did
job.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope, because I'd love to have Ty Burrell. No, I wouldn't want to have him here.
No?
I think I'd be too embarrassed.
Ty's just a
I'd say-
regular guy, I
I'd say,
bet.
I know. No, yeah, I know, but I'd have to explain the cat.
Oh, the
So I don't want
shaved
to do
cat?
that.
Oh, the shaved cat. Well, you just do it like
Yeah, the
did.
shaved cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to explain the shaved cat. I just don't. I can't do it. Young Sheldon, you say?
He was matted. He was matted. There's an excuse for the shaved cat. Or you could just say that you wanted him to look like a baby lion.
Yeah, I
He's
do.
cosplaying.
He's cosplaying as a baby lion.
I think it's my cosplaying cat. I think the cat is much happier now without the matted fur. He didn't like it at first, but I think he likes it now. He can
Bill,
get
what's
at bits when he's grooming himself. What's what?
The poster behind you, that's new. What is that?
That's
heart.
It's an insert from the New York Times from some time ago, and it's a whole insert they did called The Body Issue. And if I open that up, which I will at some point, it's like a 4-fold thing. There's a full, it's really cool, this full poster of a human being. It's a woman, and it, with all of her parts labeled, but this is just the cover of it.
Huh.
The Body Issue. It's just it was really a remarkable piece of stuff that I don't know what you'd call it, an insert that the New York Times did a few months ago.
Nothing in there that could get us thrown off of YouTube, right?
I don't think so. It's science.
It's science.
All right.
It's a body. We all have one.
X96.com/live is what we're talking about. It's where you can go and watch us do our shows from our homes. In my effort to have a different poster behind me every day, I submit to you V for Vendetta.
Oh, as timely as today's headlines.
Yes. Okay. Since the show is wrapping up, and we helped with this scientific study, and I want a thank you note from the Paul Castronovo Vineyard. Because he only had 40 votes when he was taking these votes. We got him up to 161 votes on his Twitter feed from the radio station in Florida that he works at, Big 105.9, Florida's classic rock. Heather may have had the hottest take of the week with her claim that she doesn't like pineapple. Are we taking crazy pills? Do you like pineapple? Yes, it's delicious, or nope, don't care for it. Hashtag hot takes. And it was 80%, 80.1%, yes, it's delicious. 19.9%, nope, don't care for it. So there we go. We helped out. I hope we gave him some vineyard-worthy radio today.
Hey, maybe he can buy a new boat.
Or a vineyard that does Chardonnay, because currently his vineyard only does Cabernet.
Yeah, Carrie would like a Chardonnay. Yeah. Jackson Vineyard Chardonnay. Bill, what kind of wine do you want?
Listen, it's how do you grow Everclear?
Well, you go to your bathtub. You start there.
Okay, that's what I want. I want a bathtub vineyard where I grow Everclear. That's what I need.
Bill Allred's bathtub vineyard. I can see it.
Yeah.
Well, we got to do some work here as soon as we sign off. A little bit of work. But once we do that, I'm avoiding the real world for the rest of the weekend because it's too depressing out there. This is my plans for the rest of the day. I got a stack of comic books, Guardians of the Galaxy, Captain America. That's all I'm going to do. All I'm going to do all weekend. Patio and this.
I'm just going to sit on the front porch with this. I got this giant hookah, and I'm just going to load it up and sit on the porch all weekend.
All right.
Country Time lemonade and smoking a hookah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think we're good here. Stay tuned. It is the X96 Fake Festival, the best music festival that you can attend these days, is on the radio. And I believe Depeche Mode is first. So live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
It all started with the radishes.
Fine job, Katie. X96.